Let us pray. Almighty God, we willingly acknowledge you as a supreme being, most gracious and most merciful. Look down, we beseech you, on us who are members of this Senate, and deign to assist us in the duties that we have to perform on behalf of our beloved country of Trinidad and Tobago. Open our eyes to see the truth and help us to accept it with all its implications into our lives. Direct us, O Lord, in our deliberations so that, setting aside private interests, unwholesome prejudices, and personal affections, we may treat all matters set before us with honesty, courage, and conviction. Through all we say and do in this Senate, may we give glory and honor to your holy name, inspire confidence in our fellow citizens, and make a positive contribution to the peace and prosperity of our nation. Amen.
Announcements by the President.
Honorable Senators, I have granted leave of absence to Senator the Honorable Hassel Bacchus, who is out of the country, and Senator Dr. Mohammed Ibrahim, who is ill. Honorable Senators, I have received the following correspondence from Her Excellency the President, Paula May Weeks, OR, TT. The Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, by Her Excellency Paula May Weeks, OR, TT, President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. To Mr. Harvey Boris, whereas Senator the Honorable Hassel Bacchus is incapable of performing his duties as a senator by reason of his absence from Trinidad and Tobago, now therefore I, Paula May Weeks, President as aforesaid, in exercise of the power vested in me by Section 44(1)(a) and Section 44(4)(a) of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, acting in accordance with the advice of the Prime Minister, do hereby appoint you, Harvey Boris, to be a member of the Senate temporarily with effect from the 28th of February 2023 and continuing during the absence from Trinidad and Tobago of Senator the Honorable Hassel Bacchus. Given under my hand and seal of the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago at the office of the President, St. Anne's, this 20th day of February 2023. To Mr. Ndali Young, whereas Senator the Honorable Mohammed Yunus is incapable of performing his duties as a senator by reason of illness, now therefore I, Paula May Weeks, President as aforesaid, in exercise of the power vested in me by Section 44(1)(b) and Section 44(4)(a) of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, acting in accordance with the advice of the Prime Minister, do hereby appoint you, Ndali Young, to be a member of the Senate temporarily with effect from the 28th of February 2023 and continuing during the absence of Senator Dr. the Honorable Mohammed Yunus by reason of illness, given under my hand and the seal of the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago at the office of the President, St. Anne's, this 20th day of February 2023. Honorable Senators, Senators are required to take the oath.
I, Harvey Boris, having been appointed Member of Parliament, do hereby swear by Almighty God that I'll bear true faith and allegiance to Trinidad and Tobago, will uphold the Constitution and the law, and will conscientiously and impartially discharge the responsibilities to the people of Trinidad and Tobago upon which I'm about to enter.
I, Ndale Young, having been appointed a Member of Parliament, do solemnly affirm that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Trinidad and Tobago, will uphold the Constitution and the law, and will conscientiously and impartially discharge the responsibilities of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, upon which I am about to enter.
Bills brought from the House of Representatives. Petitions. Petition lodged by Senator Anthony Vieira on behalf of the St. Dominic's Children's Home, seeking to introduce a private bill for the incorporation of the St. Dominic's Children's Home.
Senator Vera.
Mr. President, I beg to present a petition on behalf of the St. Dominic's Children's Home of 34B Belmont Circular Road in Belmont. I move that the clerk be allowed to read the petition.
Honourable Senators, is it agreed? Please proceed.
The Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. To the Honourable President and members of the Senate of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago in Parliament assembled. The humble petition of the St. Dominic's Children's Home of 34B Belmont Circular Road, Belmont, in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago respectfully showeth. 1. That St. Dominic's Children's Home was established in 1871 as the Belmont Orphanage. In 1876, the Dominican Sisters of St. Catherine of Siena, the Sisters, accepted responsibility for the management of the St. Dominic's Children's Home and the direct delivery of care on behalf of the Roman Catholic Archbishop of Port of Spain. 2. That the St. Dominic's Children's Home is now run by a board in conjunction with the Sisters on behalf of the Roman Catholic Archbishop of Port of Spain. 3. That the aims and objects of the St. Dominic's Children's Home, as outlined in the St. Dominic's Children's Home Statement of Purpose, are to provide a. Residential child care services to children and youth in difficult situations. B. A breadth of services along a continuum of care, including preventative, remedial, and development services, serving children and youth at risk, child care workers, and members of the family system through in-residence and community-based work, in collaborative work and partnerships that are multidisciplinary and multi-agency with governmental and non-governmental agencies, groups, and organizations. C. Community building services, public education, training for service groups, camps and retreats for children and youth, networking. D. Family preservation services, parental skills training and support, wraparound services, and E. Family restoration services, including out-of-home care and case management. 4. That your petitioners are desirous of constituting the St. Dominic's Children's Home, which receives an annual subvention from the government, into a corporate body by a private bill to A, strengthen its governance structure, and B, modernize and adapt its operations to ensure continued alignment with the Children's Authority Act, Chapter 4610, and the Children's Community Residences, Foster Care and Nurseries Act, Chapter 4611. 5. It is expedient that all the real and personal property, present and future, of the St. Dominic's Children's Home should be vested in a corporate body. 6. Wherefore your petitioners humbly pray that this honorable House will be pleased to take these premises into consideration and grant leave to your petitioners to proceed with introduction of a private bill for the incorporation of the St. Dominic's Children's Home in order that they may effectively pursue and achieve the objects outlined. And your petitioners in duty bound will ever pray. Dated this 26th day of January 2023, signed Nestor Lambert, Chairman, St. Dominic's Children's Home, signed Deborah Peak, SC, Director, St. Dominic's Children's Home.
Honorable Senators, the question is that the petitioners be granted leave to proceed. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Leave is granted.
Papers.
Minister of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following paper as listed on the order paper in the name of the Minister of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries. The ministerial response of the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries to the 8th report of the Public Accounts Committee on the examination of the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year 2021.
Leader of Government Business. And the Arts.
Mr. President. Mr. President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following paper as listed on the order paper in my name. The ministerial response of the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and the Arts to the 8th report of the Public Accounts Committee on the examination of the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year 2021.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following papers as listed on the order paper in the names of the Minister of National Security, the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Rural Development and Local Government, the Minister of Sport and Community Development, and the Minister of Education. The Defense Rates of Pay and Allowances Amendment Regulations 2023. The annual audited financial statements of the Deposit Insurance Corporation for the financial year ended September 30th, 2022. The report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Tobago Regional Health Authority for the financial year ended September 30th, 2013. The ministerial response of the Ministry of Finance to the 7th report of the Public Accounts Committee on the examination of the audited financial statements of the Trinidad and Tobago Securities and Exchange Commission for the financial years 2014 to 2018. The ministerial response of the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government to the 4th report of the Joint Select Committee on Land and Physical Infrastructure on an inquiry into the impact of landfills on the environment of Trinidad and Tobago. The ministerial response of the Ministry of Sport and Community Development to the 4th report of the Joint Select Committee on Human Rights, Equality and Diversity on an inquiry into the role of the state in preserving the cultural heritage of the indigenous peoples, First Peoples of Trinidad and Tobago. and the ministerial response of the Ministry of Education to the fourth report of the Joint Select Committee on Human Rights, Equality, and Diversity on an inquiry into the role of the state in preserving the cultural heritage of the indigenous peoples, First Peoples of Trinidad and Tobago.
Reports from committees.
Senator Mark.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I have the honor to present the following reports listed on the order paper in my name. The seventh report of the Public Accounts Enterprises Committee on the examination of the audited financial statements of the National Entrepreneurship Development Company Limited, NEDCO, for the financial year 2017 and follow up on the implementation of the recommendations of the committee's 10th report from the Parliament, and the 8th report of the Public Accounts Enterprises Committee on an examination of the audited financial statements of the Telecommunications Services of Trinidad and Tobago, TSTT, for the years 2017 to 2021, and follow up on the implementation of the recommendations in the committee's 9th report from the Parliament.
Questions on notice. Questions for oral answer.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, there are 4 questions for oral answer on the order paper. The government is prepared to respond to questions 33, 35, and 36. And we request deferral of question 34 for 2 weeks. Thank you.
The request for deferral that the member seeks is so granted. Senator Mark.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Question number 33 to the Honorable Prime Minister.
Minister of Energy and Energy Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, the Prime Minister had indicated by way of press conference that on Saturday, May 21st, 2022, the chairman of the Caribbean Community, CARICOM, had communicated to him that the Office of the Secretary General of the United Nations wanted to reach the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago and other CARICOM heads to advise them that the Secretary General had received a substantial grant from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation to be distributed to CARICOM member countries to assist them in their ongoing poverty alleviation programs. On Monday, the 23rd of May, 2022, the Prime Minister sought to speak to the Secretary General via his mobile phone using the Secretary General's mobile phone number, which he, the Prime Minister, had used in the past. However, the Prime Minister was only able to communicate via WhatsApp. On communication via WhatsApp means the Prime Minister was able to determine that the individual on the other side was in fact not the Secretary General of the UN, and that it was in fact an attempt at what is known as an advance fee scam, which involves promising an individual a significant sum of money in return for an upfront payment, which the perpetrator claims is required in order to obtain the funds promised. The Prime Minister did not report this matter to the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, as this scheme was generated outside of the jurisdiction of Trinidad and Tobago using an international mobile phone number, and no funds were exchanged. I repeat, no funds were exchanged. the matter of determining the identity of the perpetrator would have been extremely difficult, and therefore it was not pursued further.
Senator Mark.
Yeah. Can I ask the Honorable Minister whether the government sought to contact the government involved or the country from which this communication was had or made to alert it of this, as you call it, advanced scam attempted by an individual unknown to the Prime Minister and unknown to the government of Trinidad and Tobago? Was any attempt made to contact the country government involved where that particular communication emanated from?
Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I find the question a bit confusing in that there was no country involved. This was supposed to be a communique from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, which is not a country, at least for the rest of us, and nor was it a government. I said very clearly that there was a fraudulent attempt by a number, and you don't just go and contact a country or government on the basis of a number.
Senator Mark.
Can I ask the Honorable Minister if he can share with this House what was the advanced amount submitted by this fraudster to our Honorable Prime Minister in this particular matter? Is the Minister aware of the quantum that was involved coming from this foundation purportedly owned and controlled by Bill and Melinda Gates?
Minister.
First of all, there was, as I've said, no involvement by any foundation. Certainly there was no involvement by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And the answer is no, I am not aware of what was the requested advance sum.
Senator Mark.
What measures would be taken by the government, and in this instance the Prime Minister's office, to avoid a repetition of such an occurrence, which is absolutely embarrassing, not only to the office of the Prime Minister, but to the people of the Republic of Trinidad
Senator
and
Mark,
Tobago?
what is the question?
Yes, I'm asking.
Yeah, 1 second, Minister. What is the specific question?
I'm asking the Honorable Minister what steps will be pursued to avoid a repetition of such an incident involving the...
Mr. President, through you to the population of Trinidad and Tobago, fortunately, in this instance, and there is absolutely no other instance that exists with respect to the current Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, there was no fraudulent act that was perpetrated successfully on the people of Trinidad and Tobago. So there is no measure apart from the continued vigilance and the continued logical and sensibility of our Prime Minister. But I do use this opportunity to remind the population that during the period 2010 to 2015, there were a number of instances, and one comes to mind, where fraud was perpetrated on the population of Trinidad and Tobago to the sum of about $10 million under the Kamala Persad-Bissessar-led government at the time with the NGC group, and I believe it was NE at the time, through the FCB Bank, where $10 million of ours disappeared and to date has never been able to be recovered.
Senator Mark, final supplemental.
Mr. President, I would not engage my colleague at this time, but I'll just go on to my final question. Was any due diligence conducted by the Prime Minister's office upon receiving communication that this advance amount of monies was being donated purportedly by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation prior to the Prime Minister communicating purportedly with the UN Secretary General? Can the Minister indicate, Mr. President, what due diligence was conducted by the government prior to this embarrassment?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. To remind the population, in the answer I just gave, there was an attempt through a number that was attributed to the Secretary General of the United Nations, which turned out not to be true. It went absolutely no further, and there was absolutely no fraudulent act that was consummated on the population of Trinidad and Tobago. The Prime Minister was able, of his own volition, to verify that this, in fact, was not a legitimate transaction, and it ended right there and then, without any harm whatsoever to either the Prime Minister, the Office of the Prime Minister, or the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you.
Senator Mark.
Question number 35 to the Attorney General.
Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, given the important constitutional relationship which must necessarily be respected as between the Executive and the Integrity Commission, I, as Attorney General, have referred this question to external senior counsel for advice. As of yesterday, the 27th of February, 2023, the question is still receiving senior counsel's attention, and the advice has not yet been received.
Senator Mark.
Can I ask, through you, Mr. President, whether the Attorney General has been approached by the Integrity Commission in an effort to address this issue of amending the legislation? Can the Honorable Attorney General indicate?
Attorney General.
Could I ask that the question be repeated, please? I didn't hear the question.
I'm not speaking Spanish.
Question has been posed.
Let me see if I can speak a little louder, because it seems like somebody is suffering from some defect.
So Senator Mark is approached. Senator Mark. Senator Mark. It's a simple procedure. The Attorney General has asked if the question could be repeated so that we may continue. Can you please repeat the question?
I apologize to you, sir. Can I ask the Honorable Attorney General whether at any time, as he should recall or not recall, receiving any direct communication from the Integrity Commission on this whole issue of allowing it to have the authority to recruit its own staff? That's the question.
Attorney General.
All questions which have been referred to me by the Integrity Commission within the remit of its independence and the independence of the Executive have been referred to external senior counsel for advice.
Senator Mark.
Can the Honorable Attorney General indicate how long will it take to acquire, receive advice from senior external counsel on the matter that I have raised?
I made that inquiry only yesterday of external senior counsel, and he said to me that he was not in a position to give me a date, but that he was working assiduously on providing it in the shortest possible time.
Honorable Attorney General, how long ago did you communicate that request to the external senior counsel or counsel to assist you as Attorney General to arrive at some position given the independence of the Integrity Commission?
Attorney General.
More than one question has been addressed to me over the past couple of months, and I have referred all such questions to external senior counsel. I cannot tell you the specific date on which I received the first of such requests, but certainly within the last couple of months.
Senator Mark.
The Honorable Attorney General, to share with this Honorable Senate the name or names of these external attorneys that he has referred this matter to?
Attorney General.
I have not referred to external attorneys in the plural. I have referred to external senior counsel in the singular. And the singular external senior counsel to whom I have referred for advice is the Honorable former Attorney General and very respected Russell Martineau, Senior Counsel.
Senator Mark, next question on the order paper.
Thank you, Mr. President. Question number 36 to the Minister of Finance.
Minister in the Ministry of Finance.
Mr. President, the information being sought is available from the Auditor General through the Public Accounts Committee of the Parliament. The role of the Auditor General is clearly identified in Section 116 of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, and the role of the Public Accounts Committee is clearly identified in Section 119 of the Constitution. It should be noted that the Public Accounts Committee is chaired by an elected member of the opposition. The Ministry of Finance has no constitutional role to play in the auditing of the THA's financial statements and should not get involved in the business of constitutionally independent entities. The Senator is advised to pursue the information requested through the Public Accounts Committee.
Senator Mark.
Can I ask the Honorable Minister, under the Exchequer and Audit Act of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, what role, if any, does the Minister of Finance carry out as it relates to the financial and fiduciary responsibilities and duties in respect of the expenditure of public monies?
A question does not arise. Senator Mark.
Can I ask the Honourable Minister whether the Minister of Finance, under the Exchequer and Audit Act, has a responsibility to address these issues when public funds are involved?
Mr. President, I believe I was absolutely clear in my response. This falls under the Public Accounts Committee, and the answers that the Senator is looking for can be found there.
Senator Mark.
The Honourable Minister, why did in the instant case of the question that we have posed here, can the Honourable Minister indicate why it is the THA has refused to provide critical documentation to the Auditor General in order for that office holder to carry out its responsibilities? Mr. President.
That question does not arise. Senator Mark. Next supplemental.
Okay, I'll pause at this time. In pausing your guidance, if you go to the appendix, you'll see a question that is due today, the 24th of the second month, which has gone. So can I ask through you to the Honorable Government, Leader of Government Business, when will this question be answered and the answer circulated?
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. President. The question for written answer that qualifies today, question number 61, the Government has the response. It will be circulated shortly. Thank you, Mr. President.
Motions relating to the business or sittings of the Senate and moved by a minister.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I beg to move the following motion. Be it resolved that the Senate agree to the following appointments to the Joint Select Committees. 1. On the Joint Select Committee on National Security, Mr. Richie Sukai in lieu of Mr. Nigel De Freitas. 2. On the Joint Select Committee on State Enterprises, Mr. Richie Sukai in lieu of Mr. Nigel De Freitas. 3. On the Joint Select Committee on the Fisheries Management No. 2 Bill 2020, Mrs. Paula Gopiskun in lieu of Mr. Nigel De Freitas, and Mrs. Renuka Sagram Singh Suklal in lieu of Dr. Mohammed Yunus Ibrahim.
Honourable members, the question is, be it resolved that the Senate agree to the following appointments to Joint Select Committees. On the Joint Select Committee on National Security, Mr. Richie Sukai in lieu of Mr. Nigel De Freitas. On the Joint Select Committee on State Enterprises, Mr. Richie Sukai in lieu of Mr. Nigel De Freitas. On the Joint Select Committee on the Fisheries Management No. 2 Bill 2020, Mrs. Paula Gopiskun in lieu of Mr. Nigel De Freitas, and Mrs. Renuka Sagram Singh Suklal in lieu of Dr. Mohammed Yunus Ibrahim. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
Public business, private members' business. Motions.
Honourable members, the debate on the following motion, which was in progress when the Senate adjourned on Tuesday, January 31st, 2023, will be resumed. Be it resolved that the Senate call on the government to immediately proclaim the remaining sections of the Data Protection Act and in the process ensure the necessary checks and balances aimed at safeguarding citizens' fundamental right to privacy. Those who spoke on the last occasion would be Senator Wade Mark, mover of the motion, Senator the Honourable Hassel Backus, Minister of Digital Transformation, Senator Anthony Vera, Senator Jayanti Lakshmidial, Senator the Honourable Renuka Sagram Singh Suklal, Minister in the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs, Senator Dr. Varma Diyal Singh, Senator David Naked, and Senator the Honourable Dr. Amy Brown, Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs. Senator John.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the Honourable Minister of Digital Transformation, in his response to the motion, said, I actually agree that more of the Data Protection Act should be proclaimed, and for good reason. And he said the reasons were stated. It does have a significant part to play in ensuring the necessary checks and balances are in place to safeguard fundamental rights. Without question, he said it will happen. Mr. President, I thank the Honourable Minister for his forthrightness, which is refreshing coming from the government benches. Because, Mr. President, surely it's refreshing. This is a government who doesn't tell any truth. The President, surely, if the Parliament of 2012, on both sides, supported the bill in its entirety, should this not count for something? Should the will of the people, by way of its representatives, not be carried through? Right up to immediate proclamation. Mr. President, legislation is drafted in a holistic fashion, and usually clauses have a symbiotic relationship with each other, especially as it pertains to the overall effect and mischief that any piece of legislation is drafted to cure or present. By selecting bits and pieces here and there is the betrayal of the spirit of the legislation, and the real intent is lost. The Honourable Minister Bacchus in this House on January 31st stated, he said, I would like to suggest that the proclamation of the Act is really a subsequent thing to the modernization of the Act. I almost want to ask or to put both of them, he said, I almost want to put both of them as a one-time exercise. To this I ask the question, then why pick section 42 and 43 in 2021 for convenient proclamation? Why not wait like everything else? Or is it convenient proclamation for convenient property tax implementation? A clear case of this government prioritizing only what is convenient to them. Mr. President, when the minister used the term that legislation drafted 11 years ago may not be fit for purpose. Sure, technology has changed. Perhaps in 2012, we used the BlackBerry, I used it, the mobile phone. And when in 2023, our mobile phones are more like supercomputers, and some of them cost more than the laptops. Mr. President, all this means is that we need data protection now more than ever. Because again, I agree with the Minister of Digital Transformation when he stated, and for context, he said, when we talk about things like distributed ledger systems, blockchain, the serious advances in open data and big data analytics, the growing importance of AI and machine learning, in 2011, those things were either bare concepts, but certainly not the realities that we have today. All of these emerging developments, and some of them even now, being fairly mature because of the duration of time, impacts on the way we approach the management of data, especially our approach to what we are doing with the data protection. So the minister is really talking at cross purposes because he's saying that things are getting more and more sophisticated. More importantly, Mr. President, these developments emerging and matured have changed the way we live and the way we interact. Mr. President, I'm old enough to have witnessed the emergence of Amazon when it was just a simple online bookseller. And it's now the everything store, earning billions in profits, return on the investment. I recall looking at Bill Gates one night and saw him moving around some cards on a table. And really what he was testing at the time was he was demonstrating the idea of the touch screen. Microsoft was not first to the market, IBM was. But in terms of monetizing and commercializing it, that was Steve Jobs in 2007, the 9th of January, I think it was. In 2007, when he said, Steve Jobs made the case, he said, today, Apple is going to reinvent the phone. And he was right. Today, the iPhone has changed everything. Our lives are stored on the phone in our hand. That is data. So again, the minister is very correct when he says to manage data is one of the highest priorities that we have because it is absolutely critical. The minister with the responsibility for digital transformation suggests that the proclamation of the Act really is a subsequent thing to modernization of the Act. He said there was an assessment of the state of the various e-services. Imagine, the minister is saying there was an assessment of the state of e-services provided by the government, and they assessed 170 they reviewed 170 of these services. And more than 90%, Mr. President, or 153 out of the 170 of the services, he said were quite basic. They are limited to just information, download forms, you could upload application and so on. So, Mr. President, we are in no man's land with this government. The PNM has returned Trinidad and Tobago to the Stone Age because there was a time they were calling Trinidad a tiger in the sea of pussycat. Now we are really back to the Stone Age because even the Data Protection Act, even if not for us, certainly for interacting with the international community. Mr. President, there's a growing awareness that the apps and services we use every day can collect vast amounts of data. High-profile incidents and scandals have shed light on the perils of oversharing online. An example played itself out very recently in the public domain. So, companies have previously abused permission to harvest data. While much of this data may be considered harmless, even seemingly benign, information can have substantial commercial value, and more information can be a threat to personal security. So, while we are fiddling, Mr. President, the world moves on. In November, there was a new, I don't know if you call it an app, they call it a chat bot, and I'm seeing it everywhere, whether in the news, on Bloomberg, MSNBC, and the magazines, and so on. And it's called ChatGPT. And I'm saying that because Trinidad is part of the world, part of the digital highway, the information highway. You can't hide from it. It is there. I mean, I go online casually, I see chatbots, but that, you go on YouTube, it's all over YouTube, etc., telling you how to use this tool. But it is fascinating. But what it does, and it does the same for whether you're a citizen in Nigeria or in Trinidad and Tobago or in the Philippines or in Charlottesville, it does the same thing. It keeps a record of every message you send. From those, it can learn a lot about your interests, your beliefs, your obsessions, and concerns. This is a highly capable machine learning system. After all, that's also true of today's search engines. But ChatGPT can engage with a user in a completely different way. So it's very engaging, and you feel as if you're talking to someone. And what they're saying is that it's very compelling, and it can cause somebody to disclose more than they should. And the other is there's a flow from the poor privacy practices of many of the ChatGPT clone on the loose. So this accumulates vast amounts of data from the internet written by humans, including conversations. And because of the indiscriminate way that ChatGPT gathers data, much of it will refer to people, and it will include things that they have written or said over the last few years or even decades in the most varied contexts. So, Mr. President, there is a major exposure when one uses these kinds of applications. The article I am quoting from goes on to say, when users interrogate ChatGPT, it could expose information or rumors about themselves or others that people would not want made public. Since ChatGPT has no understanding of what it produces, it will not hold back information that might be embarrassing or lead to careers or relationships being wrecked. Mr. President, the minister said, when you think about what has happened with technology over the last 11 years, it would only make sense that one reviews what we have to ensure that it is still fit for purpose. How can the operationalization of the Office of the Information Commissioner not be relevant or fit for purpose? Is it not fit for purpose to establish such a critical office and at least begin the process and along the way advance the capabilities and iron out the kinks? Or is it better to sit and do nothing, as is now the case? Mr. President, I get the feeling that this is being treated with the same lack of urgency as the Office of Procurement Regulator was. I put it to the Honourable House that it is not the legislation that is not fit for purpose, but actually the government who will not proclaim the legislation. Mr. President, the Honourable Minister in the Office of the Attorney General, who spoke, well, of course, with the usual sound and fury that we have grown accustomed to, and as my centre colleague, Senator Naked, indicated, there was a lot of words really signifying nothing, and it continued with that vagueness and ambiguity, which appears to be the government's stance. One takeaway was that the minister in the Office of the Attorney General, she kept referring to the period of 2010 to 2015. And I thank the Honourable Minister sincerely for her persistent reference, as Trinidad and Tobago was in a far, far better place during that period. It's not me saying, the streets are talking. I also take this opportunity to remind that in 2012, this bill was debated and passed with amendments from both sides of the House under a government that was not afraid to listen, collaborate, and consult, which is a far cry from what we have in office today. I also put it on the record that since since independence, the UNC has not been in office for 50 years plus, like the PNM. So, Mr. President, the substantive part of the bill, they have the right to privacy. That is enshrined, of course, in our nation's constitution in Section 4. In the modern sense of the word, privacy and right to one's private life now applies to our digital footprint. We all have a digital footprint. These apps are always just storing our data. So this, and our involvement, it applies to our digital footprint and our involvement in the digital community. This applies to our personal information, age, sex identity, and now our contact information, passwords, banking data, credit card information, and so many other areas of everyday life. Mr. President, there's an expectation of protection in modern societies with our Caribbean neighbors jumping ahead with data protection legislation being passed and implemented in the Bermuda in 2016, the Cayman Islands in 2017, St. Kitts and Nevis in 2018, Barbados in 2019, and most recently in Jamaica in 2020, most of whom are following the holy grail of data protection in the EU General Data Protection Regulations of 2018. And this was also cited by the Honourable Minister and the Minister in the Office of the Attorney General. Very soon, if our data protection laws are left to language, as has been the case for the past 8 years, foreign organizations and countries may blacklist us and impose sanctions unless we comply. So, Mr. President, that is why the question posed by 2 independent senators, not the opposition, the all-important question, when will this law be proclaimed? That is very, very pertinent. As Senator Naked pointed out, how can we take the government seriously when instead of proclaiming the Data Protection Act 2011 in its entirety, the government found time to approve a cabinet minute, which essentially, and of course, this cabinet minute, which they approved a memorandum of agreement and some non-disclosure agreements, because they like this non-disclosure, high secret agreements. Why will you do that? Because what is happening, the government now, outside of the law, outside of the protection of the law, outside of the guardrails of the law, would have given some state organizations, well, probably all of them, and some private sector organizations. They have this secret memorandum of understanding that they must hand over information. Now, if this law is fully proclaimed, at least we have some guardrails, we have some guidelines, because these people unwittingly will find themselves marching up and down the courthouse step, where I'm sure my colleague, Senator Lachmidial, will be happy to meet and treat with them. So, Mr. President, it is nothing else, if nothing else proves that this government's own interest is not in the protection of citizens' private data, but to move heaven and earth to illegally spy on the citizens of this country. Because one of the organizations that was cited in this cabinet minute, it's DOMA. What does the government want with DOMA? They want to know if you want your KFC crispy original, what it is they want with DOMA. I mean, what has been done in exposing organizations, both in the public and private sector, to liabilities? And I said again, these guardrails and what guidance was provided, really, to these people with respect to giving out people's private information. So when the government, they come here and cannot defend what they're doing, they talk about conspiracies and who have active imagination. But this is a government obviously up to no good, because the act is there. The Data Protection Act of 2011 is there. It is something you work with what you have, and then you make the amendments as you go along. Every other jurisdiction doing that same thing. You are there posing and talking and saying that we are waiting. What are you waiting on? The sky to fall on our heads? And then you leave our citizens exposed to all manner of evil. So, Mr. President, what I've been saying prior underscores the importance of implementation and operationalizing of the Office of the Information Commissioner. This, at the very least, ought to have been done along with sections 42 and 43 in 2021. 8 years later, this is a government of no shame, and they come here and they talk about the the People's Partnership. What happens when the government ministries and state agencies holding criminal records? Just now, as I was coming on, saying there was some breaking news, they got into, there was some ransomware that got into some database in America, where the marshals keep their information. And these are people who are maybe on the run and so on. And they're saying they have people biometrics, they know where the family live, who they are likely to go by, etc. These are very important issues and very scary issues. So what happens when the government ministries and state agencies holding criminal records, financial and personal inland revenue information, medical information, or any other personal data, if banks get hacked and this information is leaked, what safeguards are the agencies taking? Recently in the Firearm Amendment Bill debate, I made a point about the leakage of personal information and data belonging to prison officers, leading to criminals targeting off-duty officers at their home. What protection is offered to them? Their names, their identities, addresses are leaked daily. And Mr. President, some end up dead. So these are serious issues. So, Mr. President, which brings me to an app used widely in Trinidad and Tobago. I mean, this TikTok ad. Again, a serious government. They have told all of the employees in the federal government of the United States of America that they must stop using that app. And they have given them 30 days. Today, they were saying they gave them 30 days. I think they had stopped in December. But just now, again, the breaking news, they were saying they gave them up to the, 30 days, maybe the end of March, as it were. So, because they have a concern. They said the popular social media app tracks its users' likes, dislikes, and personal information, including email addresses, phone numbers, and Wi-Fi network. Now, TikTok, I mean, does basically the same thing in terms of storing data, just as maybe, Snapchat or Facebook or any of the other social media platforms. But these are American-based companies, and they are saying this is a foreign company, and we don't want any foreign company having access to our data. This is a serious government, and they are willing to go up into some kind of global confrontation with another superpower to say we are going to close this down. We at least the thousands of people working in the federal government will not have access to this app. They are very concerned about that. So all of this is happening in a digitally connected world, and the government of Trinidad and Tobago remains paper-bound and paper-based, keeping Trinidad and Tobago in this Stone Age, satisfied to use the cabinet to sanction the illegal spying and capture of the private data of its citizens, instead of approving the proclamation and operationalization of the Data Protection Act of 2011. The government, in responding to this motion, made it seem like a large portion of the bill has been proclaimed, and it is just a bit more that needs to be done. But for the purpose of the general public and the right-thinking members of the House, that is not so. Part 3 of the bill dealing with protection of personal data by public bodies, the storage use protection, exceptions to when disclosure can take place, limitations in the processing of sensitive personal data, management of personal information, banks, rights to counsel and mediation, responsibilities of public bodies in handling personal information, that has not been proclaimed. Part 4, a most important area of the law, dealing with regulating private sector handling of personal data, codes of practice. How does the private sector handle personal data? If you go to buy a lipstick at MAC, I don't know if they call them MAC Cosmetic at West Mall, they want to know your address, your phone number. I mean, 2 weeks ago, I went to get some sunscreen at a particular office, and they asked me my name, my address, my data, but I said, are you going to take my money or not? And this is serious business, I'm telling you. And the attendant told me, well, they actually need my name and phone number to just ring up the sale. So everywhere across the spectrum, people are collecting your personal information, and you're wondering what are they doing with it. So you can't go and purchase some little benign product that you want to use in your everyday life. They want your personal data, Mr. President. So how are they handling this? What are the codes of practice? The commissioner's role within the Act is in formulating a code of conduct, cross-border disclosure of information, right of access, refusal of access, review process, complaints, and other critical components. Part 5 of the bill deals with contravention and enforcement of the Act, and violations of whistleblowing provisions, breaches of confidentiality, and penal provisions, all remain largely unproclaimed. So, Mr. President, in effect, our data protection is inadequate, basic at best, and in dire need of proclamation. Mr. President, government used the EU General Data Protection Regulations as a scapegoat to defend its lack of action, saying there's some kind of consultant looking to, I don't know if it's to harmonize or to look at the gaps. And the structure of the General Data Protection Regulation, or the GDPR, in many ways is similar to our unproclaimed legislation, especially as it pertains to the rights of data subjects, as seen in Articles 12 to 23. Transfers of personal data to third countries or international organizations, Article 44 to 50, as the establishment of supervisory authority, Article 53, the independence of the authority, Article 52, competence of the supervisory authority, Article 55 and 56, roles and responsibilities, Article 57, almost identical to our Office of Information Commissioner in the Act. In summary, there are many sections that could be and should be proclaimed to provide a starting point, at the very least, for the Office of the Information Commissioner and provide some level of enforcement. Technological advancement takes place daily, moment by moment, and the risk and threat of identity theft, fraud, data theft, scamming, and hacking are always evolving. It simply is not enough to blame the opposition or say that the current provisions are ineffective, when in reality, something is better than nothing. Amendments can always be made as we go along, but leaving citizens with the exposure posed by lack of data protection guardrails is totally unacceptable. Mr. President, the UK's Data Protection Act is designed in the same way to protect against abusives. And they also had to do that whole harmonization, as it were, with the same general data protection regulations. Mr. President, I want to further make the point that under the UK Data Protection Act of 1998, 8 data protection principles existing at the center of their legislation. We all have the same issues. And by 2018, these principles were developed and advanced further by the European Union's GDPR, their guidelines, and made a part of the UK law within the Data Protection Act of 2018. And with a great deal of crossover between their law and that GDPR is the same as I said about us. Then many of the now 7 principles of data protection are only slight augmentations of the previous law. So we don't have to throw out everything and mash up what we have and say we have consultation and consultants, or we didn't have consultation. We need to proclaim the act as it is, and then we make the amendments. So below we can see how these existing 7 principles of data protection have been incorporated and developed by the GDPR. Mr. President, the official version of this document is about 261 pages, so it was long. And so this endless time until the 12th of never that we are taking to do something that is so critical. They looked at their act, and that's in 1998 act, I'm not talking about 2011. 2011 is fairly recent. They looked at their 1998 Data Protection Act, and they did the comparison. And they listed, whereas they had some principle 1 to 8, they just looked at what the Europeans had, and basically they just made the adjustment. They didn't just say, well, we're not going to proclaim this because we want to wait. So that is why I am very, very suspicious of the government's motive. It cannot be that large economies or large countries can do this so easily, and we are sitting here and leaving our people at such great risk, as it were, that is presented. I mean, the minister had said, I think that data is our new gas. Well, I hope you know the price of gas is tanking. But whatever it is, if there's value, and the government recognizes there is value in it, they did create a ministry of digital transformation. But maybe it's just for the show, because he's doing pretty nothing. I listened to what the minister had to say, and basically the minister really could have given no firm. He could have given no firm date. He could have given no no critical part. He gave no gap analysis in terms of where we are with this Data Protection Act. So I get the sense that this is not important to the government. They will use the cabinet, and they will use the spy agency, and they will just spy. And they don't care, because they have the money. They'll just go to court and they'll hire their major, senior counsel. So Mr. President, Senator Mart quoted, when he presented, he said a healthy society is dependent on trustworthy information. Senator Mark reminded us in the Senate this motion addresses a critical issue that fundamentally impacts on the privacy, the dignity, and democracy of our nation. And I agree with his call for the proclamation of the entire act. And I'm saying now, quite frankly, Senator Vera said the end of this year, but I don't know what the government is waiting on. They have had 8 years to swing the engine up and down. They have had 8 years, and that was 8 years too long. We need to proclaim this now, because Trinidad and Tobago is sick and tired of this government's laziness and lack of care. So if the government cannot protect the rights and freedoms of our citizens, then it is the government that is not fit for purpose, not the act. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Sipasad.
Mr. President, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on the motion to proclaim the Data Protection Act and other related matters. The motion calls on the government to immediately proclaim the remaining sections of the Data Protection Act and in the process ensure the necessary checks and balances aimed at safeguarding citizens' fundamental rights to privacy are in place. The Data Protection Act 13 of 2011 was partially proclaimed on January 6, 2012 and August 23, 2021. Mr. President, the Data Protection Act was legislated because Trinidad and Tobago faced a threatened data embargo in 2011. The effect being that countries with data protection laws would not be able to share their secure data with Trinidad and Tobago companies. This would be particularly detrimental to companies in banking, finance, and the business sectors. Of equal concern is the collection, use, and sharing of personal information to third parties without notice to or consent of consumers. According to UNTAD, 137 out of 194 countries have put in place legislation to secure the protection of data and privacy. Presently, there are 71% of countries with legislation, 9% with draft legislation, 15% with no legislation, and 5% there's no data available. The parts of the Act, of the Data Protection Act that are proclaimed are 1, Part 1, Preliminary Title, Objects, General Privacy Principles, Part 2, Office of the Information Commissioner, except for the designation and powers of inspectors, power to conduct an audit of inquiry of public bodies and private sector entities, and the Information Commissioner's right to report annually to the Parliament. Mr. President, this is significant since parliamentary scrutiny is prevented. Section 3, Part 3, is not proclaimed except for Section 42, which is the protection of personal data by public bodies. Part 4, protection of personal data by the private sector, is also not proclaimed. And Part 5, contravention and enforcement, are not proclaimed as well. Therefore, Mr. President, in Trinidad and Tobago, our data protection is ineffective, feeble, and unenforceable. Data protection compliance is basically on a voluntary basis for both the private and government sectors. Citizens are really not protected. The onus is on the general public to adopt whatever measures are currently available to secure their private and confidential data, including intellectual property rights and business patterns. In any event, Mr. President, to depend on one strategy in the age of artificial intelligence and a dynamic and evolving environment is foolhardy. The added layer offered by the proclamation of the entire data protection legislation would be invaluable. There are three key elements to data protection: confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Confidentiality is that the data is retrieved only by authorized operators with appropriate credentials. Integrity, all the data stored within an organization is reliable, precise, and not subject to any unjustified changes. Availability, the data stored is safely and readily available whenever needed. Why do we need data protection legislation? Mr. President, if you've ever filed e-taxes, own a smartphone, use the internet, have a social media account, or even wear a fitness tracker, you've been sharing your personal information either online or offline with private and public entities, including some that you may never heard of. I'm sure you realize that when you're doing research or shopping online, you immediately start to get alerts, emails from companies who supply either information or products in the same sectors in which you are looking. And that's what you're doing. You're sharing your data online with people who you don't even know. While sharing data may bring some benefits, and while it is often necessary to perform everyday tasks, or conduct essential business transactions and engage with other people in today's world, it is not without risks. Personal data reveals a lot about you, your thoughts, and your life. If it is inadvertently or deliberately falls into the hands of the criminally minded, people could be compromised. Mr. President, personal and confidential data can easily be exploited to cause harm, and that's especially dangerous for vulnerable individuals and communities, such as journalists, activists, human rights defenders, and members of oppressed and marginalized groups. Depending on the situation, one could become a victim of identity theft, discrimination, or physical harm. Clearly, data protection laws are extremely important and are an essential component in today's evolving digital landscape. Mr. President, as I've previously stated, 71% of countries find it necessary to enact effective data protection legislation in its entirety. The legislation gives citizens control over how their data is used and protection against the misuse of information. Entities must be required to report data breaches. Many businesses today collect information about people and use it to help promote their products and services. Personalized target marketing is pervasive with cyber titans such as Google and the social media platforms. It is important to know what information is being collected and used. People need to be able to request entities to provide them with their data collected by the entity and to remove or amend their data under certain circumstances. Currently, this is not possible in Trinidad and Tobago. You cannot get information from banks on what they have on you. On private companies, neither. It's just not available. Mr. President, citizens in Trinidad and Tobago do not know who has access to their data. It is open and unprotected. Who is the data shared with? Is the information correct? Is the information being misused? There are very real and serious consequences of harmful privacy breaches. Uncontrolled access to personal data gives criminals the ability to exploit people and entities. The ease with which victimizers can find their prey on the web is not to be dismissed. Credit card numbers are being sold. People are being stalked. Use of YouTube by pedophiles to seek out children's photographs and the actual children themselves. Politicians are illicitly swinging elections. Data breaches can cause companies and governments significant reputational damage. In one of the most disruptive ransomware attacks, Russian-linked cybercrime gang Conti brought Costa Rica to a screeching halt in April 2022, and the disruptions lasted for months. The group's attack on the country's Ministry of Finance paralyzed Costa Rica's import-export businesses, causing tens of millions of dollars a day in losses. Costa Rica's president declared a national emergency, the first country to do so because of a ransomware attack. And one security expert described Conti's campaign as unprecedented. A second attack occurred in May 2022 on the Costa Rican Social Security Fund, and this was attributed to the Conti-linked Hive ransomware and caused widespread disruptions to Costa Rica's healthcare system. In Trinidad, there have been several data breaches, including an insurance company and a supermarket chain in the recent past, to name a few. In fact, the data from the insurance company was uploaded to the dark web, and we all know what that means and who it could become available to. The Electronic Transaction Act, which is companion legislation to the Data Protection Act, is only partially proclaimed. The provisions of the Electronic Transactions Act that are enforced effectively allow for the use of electronic documents and electronic signatures for certain transactions, but excludes documents such as wills and property deals where wet signature is still required, as well as the storage of information in electronic form. The sections of the Act that are not proclaimed include electronic authentication service providers, intermediaries and telecommunications service providers, consumer protection, contravention and enforcement. Mr. President, this Act should be reviewed and amended, taking into consideration current digital technologies and developments. Data protection is a moving target, and laws must be enforced and updated periodically to reflect the digital landscape in its present metamorphosis. The Data Protection Act was conceived 12 years ago. Mr. President, a lot has changed since that time. We need to address the technical and social changes. Laws need to be updated to address today's reality. Ever since the Internet was created, people are sharing more and more of their personal information online. While privacy laws exist and are important to protect people's information and rights, they are not suited to the challenges of today's connected world. Self-regulation is not working to protect our data. It is critical that the Data Protection Act be reviewed to ensure that it is in alignment with the changes in today's world. I'm happy to see that the European Union General Data Protection Regulations are being reviewed to see what aspects can be included in our legislation. We must, however, balance the protection of data with the use of data. However, I firmly believe this process should be done expeditiously. Amendments to both the Data Protection and Electronic Transactions Act should be brought to Parliament by May 2023. Once passed, both acts should be proclaimed without delay. I thank you, Mr. President.
Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for this opportunity to contribute to this motion. By way of short background, Mr. President, the Data Protection Act, Chapter 2204, which is an act to provide for the protection of personal privacy and information, was assented to on the 22nd of June 2011, and there have been partial proclamations since January 6, 2012, and August 23, 2021. Data protection in Trinidad and Tobago is governed with respect to not only the Data Protection Act, which I will refer to shortly as the DPA, but also the Freedom of Information Act, 1999. The DPA provides for the protection of personal information by public and private bodies, establishes a Data Protection Authority Office, the Office of the Information Commissioner, and covers enforcement of the Act and penalties for breaches. The Freedom of Information Act promotes good governance through transparency and accountability in government decision-making. Mr. President, data protection is the process of safeguarding important information from corruption, compromise, or loss. Data protection law has developed in Trinidad and Tobago over the last decade in the DPA, the object of which act is to ensure that protection is afforded to an individual's right to privacy and the right to maintain sensitive personal information as both private and personal. Data is integrated into almost all aspects of our lives, and it stimulates economic activity. It changes the way we do business. It affects the interpersonal relationship between persons in the private sector and will affect the way we as a government deliver services to the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. In his contribution to this debate, Mr. President, my learned friend, Independent Senator, the Honorable Anthony Vera, and let me digress for a moment just to spend a little time on the term my learned friend. It is a term that we have used in the other place, to which my learned friend and I belong before we came to this chamber. And it has to do with the respect that we have for each other's abilities and notwithstanding differences and sometimes strong differences that we may have from time to time. And I regret to say that since my entry to this august chamber, other persons to whom I have previously referred to as my learned friend seem to have forgotten the code of honor that informs being a learned friend. My learned friend, Independent Senator Anthony Vera, has given us a scholarly contribution which the government has carefully listened to. To his credit, Senator Vera has acknowledged that he would not like to believe that because this act was piloted under a different administration, that there is no imperative for this government to move things forward. And he is correct. And for all that I say here today, Mr. President, I wish to underscore to our citizens that this government of the People's National Movement was the prime mover on the national policy on data protection in December 2005. The policy document, Mr. President, produced by the then Minister of Public Administration and Information, at the time under the government of the late Right Honorable Prime Minister Patrick Manning. With your leave, I will read a few highlights from that document, the National Policy on Data Protection, December 2005, and only to highlight the importance which this government and the previous government under the Honorable Patrick Manning has placed on the importance of data protection. It highlights the fact that it covers a lot of areas, and with your leave I read, and any policy of legislation that purports to deal with all these matters will need to be accompanied by a significant number of guidance documents and regulations clarifying the specific requirements of the general policies. That is paragraph 2.1 of the National Policy on Data Protection, December 2005. At paragraph 2.2, why is a data protection policy necessary? It told us then that privacy has long been understood to have a value in a civil society that respects the inherent rights and values of mankind. The Constitution of Trinidad and Tobago recognizes that right, the right of privacy to an individual and within a family. It highlights for us at paragraph 2.3 the government protection of personal privacy, speaking to the importance even then of the Freedom of Information Act. And at 2.4, it makes the point, importantly, of linkages with other laws, which is something that I will touch on in my contribution here today. That is to say, the Data Protection Act, envisaged as it was as far back as 2005, is not a stand-alone piece of legislation. So that in 2005, we are reminded by the December 2005 national policy of the then People's National Government that it would have to coordinate with laws of contracting and the Commercial Code, with the Evidence Act and admissibility and validity of electronic transactions, with Computer Misuse Act, with intellectual property legislation, with consumer protection, with laws on electronic transactions, with laws to protect company information. It is a long document, but I will not trouble this House with it in detail, but it is a very important historical document which we remind ourselves lays out what was then the Vision 2020 vision of the People's National Government, which continues today and going forward for the safety and security of private lives of the citizens of this country. The Data Protection Act, which was passed in this House, Mr. President, has a number of sections, some of which have now been proclaimed, others which await proclamation, as we seek to coordinate the holistic development of that particular piece of legislation with other laws still to be brought into effect. And I will refer in a little detail to two sections in particular. First of all, Section 4, and I remind this House most remarkably that when he piloted his motion, the Honorable Senator Wade Mark said this: the government of Trinidad and Tobago did not proclaim Section 4 of the Act, so you and me and the citizens of Trinidad have no protection, Mr. President. Well, I would have thought that the Honorable Senator piloting what he claims is an important motion would have sought to get it correct, because every speaker who has preceded me and followed Senator Mark has taken the time and trouble, which I will not linger on, to remind him that Section 4 has been proclaimed. Another important section of the Data Protection Act which has been proclaimed, Mr. President, is Section 6 of that Act. And again, with your leave, I will touch on just some of those principles. Section 6 of the Act provides the following principles are the general privacy principles which are applicable to all persons who handle, store, or process personal information belonging to another individual, another person. And it proceeds from subparagraph A through to subparagraph L. A, an organization shall be responsible for the personal information under its control. One can just pick the number of instances of areas within the personal general privacy principles which are part of the existing law that obtains in this country now. And I won't dwell on it in detail. I am sure that all members present are aware of those general privacy principles which are part of our law, but there is an important one that I want to touch on. L. So if I were to reread the introductory, the following principles are the general privacy principles which are applicable to all persons who handle, store, or process personal information belonging to another person. L. Personal information which is requested to be disclosed outside of Trinidad and Tobago shall be regulated, and comparable safeguards to those under this Act shall exist in the jurisdiction receiving the personal information. What does that section mean? It means that in the full proclamation of this Act, we have to ensure that our legislation is consistent with best international practices. We have to ensure that our personal protection of individuals' personal information under this legislation has cross-jurisdictional compatibility and consistency. And that is important, and I will return to that. Mr. President, Senator Mark has made quite a lot in his contribution of sections 42A and 42B of the Act. Section 42 creates exceptions to the requirement for consent for disclosure of personal information. Section 42A and B provide, and I quote from the legislation, except as provided under any other written law, personal information under the control of a public body may only be disclosed, A, for the purposes for which the information was collected or compiled by the public body or for a use consistent with that person. And Section 42B, for any purpose in accordance with any written law or any order made pursuant to such written law that authorizes such disclosure. The point I emphasize here, Mr. President, is that these two sections cannot be read as silos on their own. They are to be read in conjunction with all of the general privacy principles to which I have earlier referred that are part of the law under Section 6 of the Act which has been proclaimed. And some time was spent on that, and I will not repeat this equally scholarly contribution of Senator the Honorable Hassel Backus, Minister of Digital Transformation. While disclosure of personal information can occur for a specific purpose, the privacy principles will apply to all persons who handle, store, or process personal information belonging to another person. It is, Mr. President, with respect, a work in progress. An ongoing review and consultation on amending the Data Protection Act has been ongoing under this administration since 2016. In 2016, the then Minister of Public Administration and Communications, as the line minister with responsibility for the operationalization and administration of the Act, indicated that the Act needed to be reviewed holistically so as to harmonize the competing public interests of protection of personal privacy on the one hand and freedom of expression, including freedom of the press, on the other. The ministry then embarked on a policy review of the Act with a view to exploring the creation of exemptions from the enforcement of provisions of the Act for certain categories of expression, inclusive of investigative journalism. The proposed policy proposed then that such exemptions can be availed upon as part of an appropriate balancing of the public interest of privacy protection against journalistic publication of material. The point there being that whilst the Data Protection Act will protect public information, journalism, and that is the fourth estate, has the right to go out there and get information so as to keep the public informed, and one has to be careful in the application of the Data Protection Act to allow journalistic freedom in order that the fourth estate can continue to do their job. The ministry has noted the role of that fourth estate in ensuring the public's involvement in appropriate checks and balances on governmental action as an important pillar of our democracy. Further to the ongoing policy review of the Act, Mr. President, the government has continued to engage in stakeholder consultation. In 2018, the government undertook a comprehensive review of the Act again. The findings of the review confirmed that the Act was not consistent with best practice in data protection as defined by the European Union's General Data Protection Regulation, the GDPR. For instance, the Act has no specific or expressed provisions in the areas of electronic marketing, online privacy, including cookies and location data, and breach of notification. It was also noted that the Act was deficient in many other areas as part of an ongoing consultation that the Minister of Digitalization is engaged in with our international partners. Further, in November 2019, the then Minister of Communications held a consultation with stakeholders to obtain feedback to amend the Act. Issues raised included, among others, the following: the Office of the Information Commissioner in terms of providing appropriate power, structure, and composition, the protection of children and adolescents, age of consent in a world in which everybody is online and we have to protect our young children. Consideration for defined categories of expression, including journalistic, literary, and artistic expression. Trinidad and Tobago is one of the most artistically creative countries in the world, and we have to be very careful to ensure that in the playing out of and the full proclamation of the legislation, we give recognition to the rights of our artistic community to be able to be out there practicing and occupying the space in the artistic world that they are free to operate in, and not to be hamstrung and circumscribed by oppressive legislation. All of these are things that are actively under consideration as we look to proclaim the Act in its full ambit. The need for uniformity in the definitions used in the legislation. The ongoing exercise has ascertained that there are discrepancies between definitions provided in the Data Protection Act and in other pieces of legislation that already exist in the corpus of law in Trinidad and Tobago. That is a painstaking, careful exercise that needs to be undertaken in order to ensure that on the full proclamation of this legislation, it is consistent with, and therefore it will require amendments to other pieces of legislation in addition to simply proclaiming the Data Protection Act in its full ambit. It was recommended, Mr. President, that the government of Trinidad and Tobago adopt the principles guiding the GDPR and incorporate them into a new data protection law to be adopted. To address those deficiencies, the government is desirous of updating and harmonizing the Act in line with international standards. The government understands that the pace in which the reform of digital transformation has transcended globally is such that we have to keep pace. The Prime Minister in July 2021 established the Ministry of Digital Transformation for, among other reasons, to lead on an in-depth review of the data protection legislation. And this House has had the benefit of the contribution of the Minister of Digital Transformation in that regard. As part of the comprehensive approach that is being undertaken, the Ministry of Digital Transformation is in the process, Mr. President, of, among other things, the full operationalization of the Electronic Transactions Act, and has continued to pursue implementation of the Electronic Identity, the EID program. In this regard, it is envisaged that the EID program will be subject to the legislative framework applicable to electronic signatures and electronic authentication, notably the Electronic Transactions Act. The full operationalization of the Data Protection Act will involve implementation work with other ministries, the interoperability framework for ministries, departments, and agencies to enable a robust interconnectivity of systems and exchange of data between the MDAs. In this regard, data protection, data privacy and protection issues, and the regulation of same to ensure compliance with general privacy principles are a work in progress of particular concern. There is the Telecommunications Act and its regulations. The Ministry of Digital Transformation and the Telecommunications Authority have been in communication regarding the approvals process for the implementation of the policy informing proposed amendments to this Act as well as to the Telecommunications Act, along with a specific proposed amendment package. The Act in its current form, Mr. President, does not comply with corresponding data protection laws worldwide. That is why I singled out Section 6L of the General Privacy Principles. The Act in its current form does not comply with corresponding data protection laws worldwide, which are evolving at a critical stage even as we sit here today. For example, there is no single data protection legislation in the United States of America. Rather, this is governed by the federal and state level laws. The EU, on the other hand, has a significant breadth of data protection laws which impact on cybercrime activity, and the EU's position is to enforce standards for base erosion and profit sharing, BEPS, and the automatic exchange of taxpayer information. While the current Act presents restrictions for the protection of personal information in this jurisdiction, other countries are far more developed in the strides that they are making to protect personal information, including information which is to be and is being transferred across borders. Section 6L of the current Data Protection Act. The recent UK appellate case of Soriano and Forensic News LLC and others, reported in 2021, EWC Civil Appeals at page 1952, is a good example of the strides being made in cross jurisdictions. That case, I won't trouble this House unduly, involved a libel case by a naturalized British citizens. And part of the problem involved in that is that his data had been stolen, and it was a case that has made a significant input in recognizing that the jurisdiction for data protection operates across borders, inclusive of monitoring how organizations who collect data behave or treat with that information. So it is not just a question of how organizations and persons within Trinidad and Tobago manage their data protection under this Act, but how our management of our data under this Act corresponds with, coheres to, and is consistent with international cross-border jurisdictional protection of data. It is, Mr. President, a work in progress. It is a work in progress, and it would be a misrepresentation of the fact to suggest that since 2016 we have stood still and no work has been done in a decade on progressing our data protection laws. It is a continuing work in progress, and I dare say, which is not something that those in the opposition exercised when they were in government, that a responsible government will work incrementally along the way to ensure that when they pass laws that impact the daily lives of citizens, they do it in a balanced way that takes into consideration all relevant considerations. A work in progress incrementally along the way. Holistic being the operative word, Mr. President. We must fully proclaim the Act. But I urge this honorable chamber, we must not rush to proclaim the Act unless and until the necessary jurisdictional analysis and proper analysis of international best practice has been conducted. The government, particularly through the Ministry of Digital Transformation, is working with the Ministry of the Attorney General and Legal Affairs and has under active review our Data Protection Act, our privacy protection rules, and the general principles that prevail in other jurisdictions. It is this government's intention to bring the necessary amendments to the Act to the Parliament in the shortest possible time frame so as to ensure that the Act as amended fulfills its intended purpose, to protect privacy and personal information in a responsible fashion and in a manner that does not unduly infringe upon civil liberties. In its current form, the Act does not currently reflect international ideals or views of the protection of personal data and contains several ambiguities, misconceptions, and omissions. Accordingly, we are of the respectful view that the Act ought to be amended before being fully proclaimed. Our independent senators, and thank God for them, have made balanced and valuable service to this motion, eschewing populist soundbites. I have already spoken of and paid tribute to the remarks of Senator the Honorable Anthony Vera. In the course of Mr. Honorable Minister Hasselbach's contribution, Senator the Honorable Dylan Remy asked a very pertinent question of Minister Bacchus. What kind of time frame are you looking at in moving forward for the amendments to come to this House? An intelligent, on-point, relevant question. Senator the Honorable Dr. Varma Diyal Singh has also spoken in balanced and relevant terms. He has pointed to the fact that the Act must be fully proclaimed. We accept that. No one takes issue with that. He has been comprehensive in his review of what has been proclaimed and what has not. He has pointed to the fact that the legislation has received the scrutiny of the Joint Select Committee and has even suggested that perhaps we should return there one last time to review such revisions as need to be done. And very pointedly, and I quote from Hansard, he suggested we must quickly, not immediately, come up with a timeline commitment. We accept that, Mr. President. There is work to be done in order for the government to complete its consultations and review the existing legislation to prepare the necessary amendments to bring Trinidad and Tobago up to date with international best practice. Mr. President, the motion before this House in the terms proposed by Senator Wade Mark in its resolution paragraph asks for a resolution that the Senate call on the government to immediately proclaim, the word immediately is used, to proclaim the remaining sections of the Data Protection Act and in the process ensure the necessary checks and balances aimed at safeguarding citizens' fundamental right to privacy. I have asked for an amendment to be circulated, Mr. President, on behalf of the government, and I have circulated that by proposing that the word immediately be replaced with the words as soon as possible. If my proposed amendment is accepted, the resolution before this House will accordingly read, be it resolved that the Senate call on the government to, as soon as possible, proclaim the remaining sections of the Data Protection Act and in the process ensure the necessary checks and balances aimed at safeguarding citizens' fundamental rights. In the circumstances, Mr. President, I accordingly beg to move that in accordance with Standing Order 43, the motion be amended by deleting the word immediately in the first line of the resolution and substituting the words as soon as possible. Mr. President, I beg to move. Thank you very much.
Honourable Senators, the question is that the motion be amended as proposed by the Attorney General. Senators taking part in the debate hereafter may speak on the original motion and the proposed amendment. Senator Leiter.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Mr. President, I thank you for acknowledging me as I rise to make a targeted contribution to the motion properly before this House by my esteemed colleague, Senator Wade Mark. And Mr. President, the motion says, and I know we've heard this before, but for the amendment I've just heard, I must repeat this part. So the motion says that whereas it is provided by Section 1.2 of the Data Protection Act 2011 that the Act shall come into operation on such day as is fixed by the President by proclamation. And of course, Mr. President, the motion continues, and whereas Part 1 and Sections 7 to 18, 22, 23, 25(1), 26, and 28 of the Act were operationalized on January the 6th, 2012, and Section 42A and B operationalized on August the 20th, 2021. Mr. President, these sections treat with Part 2 of the law and primarily relate to the Office of the Information Commissioner, proclaimed under the United National Congress-led government. And this government only saw it fit to proclaim a solitary Section 42, while they omitted parts of the law which will draw my attention and my contribution here today. But Mr. President, the motion continues. And whereas where there are other sections of the Act that offer the necessary checks and balances in safeguarding the personal data information of every citizen, and Mr. President, other parts of the Data Protection Act are necessary for proclamation. That's the view of the opposition, and from what I am hearing on the independent bench, that seems to be the view from the independent bench. But I will go further to state that it is more than an omission, but it is a travesty of justice that the law designed to protect data, and I dare say the identity of each citizen, is being proclaimed in such a piecemeal manner, and which exposes many citizens and enterprises to severe risks, Mr. President. And so that is why ultimately Senator Mark's motion requests that the Senate call on the government to immediately proclaim the remaining sections of the Data Protection Act and in the process ensure the necessary checks and balances aimed at safeguarding citizens' fundamental right to privacy. Now, Mr. President, I listened to the Honorable Attorney General bring an amendment here to this House. Now, we have listened to the independent senators, and I've listened to my colleagues. And it is because of the independent senators, not because of this Attorney General who's brought an amendment here today. It is because we are being practical, understanding the limitations and the inefficiency of this government to get anything done on a timely basis, let alone immediate, that we are suggesting a different amendment, Mr. President. And we don't want to leave it like the Honorable Attorney General to say that as soon as possible, because as soon as possible could be in 2025 when they lose an election and we may have to come and actually proclaim it then. But Mr. President, our amendment is as follows. In the resolution, delete line 1, the word immediately, and add a new resolution to read, be it further resolved that the Senate call on the government to commit to proclamation of the Data Protection Act at the earliest possible date and in any event on or before December the 31st, 2023. You see, we need to be time-specific and smart when we make these amendments and requests. So that is the amendment we would like to make, Mr. President. Mr. President, let me state from the onset here that Senator Mark should be commended for bringing this motion to this Senate. Because apart from this solitary proclamation of Section 42A by this government, the entire Part 3 of the law is not yet proclaimed. And it's important to note that this section focuses on the protection of personal data with public bodies. Mr. President, another part of this Data Protection Act that is also left unproclaimed is Part 4 of the Act. See, Part 4 of the Data Protection Act, from sections 69 to 86, focuses on the protection of personal data with the private sector. One is with the public sector, the other is the private sector. And this entire section was left out, left untouched when it comes to the government's proclamation. So I wish to focus on this section, given the importance that it plays in the ease of doing business in Trinidad and Tobago, and in ease of doing business indicator that continues to decline under this PNM government. You see, these obligations that are put upon companies, we need to ensure they are protected. That data is protected, supplier information is protected, customer information is protected. This part of the law, Mr. President, also deals with the instance of cross-border disclosure of information. And so for the context in this debate, the term cross-border was mentioned when I read the Hansard from the last sitting. It was mentioned only once. It was done in passing by, I think it was Senator Dayal Singh, that dealt with treating with the need for mutual action in cross-border data transfers. So Senator Dayal Singh asked about open data flows between countries. Today, I heard the Honorable Attorney General spend about 3 seconds on cross-border disclosure. So there's not much to respond there. And the only other government member that came after Senator Dayal Singh was the Honorable Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, Senator Amory Brown. He too had nothing to say about cross-border concern. And to be honest, the Honorable Minister, Senator Brown, spent most of his time simply creating banter. Spent his time presenting peacock on my colleague, Senator Naked. His presentation, Mr. President, was disappointing. It was empty on substance. In fact, this lack of substance in Senator Brown's presentation reminds me of his very first presentation that he's ever made in the 12th Parliament during a budget debate, where he repeated over and over where he visited, and had nothing to say about the actual budget. Mr. President, and let me tell you why I'm disappointed in Senator Brown and the banter on such a serious matter, Mr. President. Senator Brown and the Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs. Let me tell you why I'm disappointed. You see, tongues are wagging, Mr. President. It is tipped that the goodly minister may be the next leader of the People's National Movement. And in fact, and by extension, the next opposition leader when we relegate this PNM to the opposition benches. So I would have thought that we would have heard the leader of government business respond properly to
Point of order,
this motion.
Mr. President, Standing Order 46-1.
Okay, so Senator Leiter, as you're well aware, that particular line isn't really relevant to what is before us. Continue.
Yes, I agree, Mr. President. A lot of things are very relevant coming from there. But I will leave it there, except to say that effectively Dr. Brown chose to not to defend the government's position.
So
I'll leave it.
Senator, just as a point of guidance, you keep calling the name of the senators on the government side, or what we do as per standing order is refer to them by their ministerial title, or just say minister?
Thank you, Mr. President. And if I were to examine, Mr. President, the prior contributions of the minister in the Ministry of the Attorney General, Senator Sagram Suklal, it was summarized as rapid and energetic. Not my words, but the words of the leader of government business, Senator Brown. But needless to say, Senator Suklal didn't impress us.
Senator
colleagues on this
Leiter,
side.
I just indicated, you refer to the members on the government side by their ministerial title and not by their name. So if it is that you don't want to say the full title because some of them are relatively long, you just refer to the minister, and you can shorten it a bit just to make sure we know who you're talking about. But refrain from using the name of the senators on the government side. It's not in the standing order.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the minister in the Ministry of the Attorney General, right, didn't really impress the colleagues on this side, on the opposition side, Mr. President, except maybe to cause me to retrieve my Panadol, given the decibel levels that the member used with the level of energy referenced by the goodly leader of government business. But I want to respond to something that the minister stated. The minister stated that the United National Congress did nothing to forward the office of the Information Commissioner. That is what the minister stated. But I put it to the goodly minister that we had already interviewed, shortlisted, and we're about to put that person in place in the Information Commissioner in place when the election happened. And after that, it is the People National Movement government that scrapped that merit list. And you know this government is very famous with scrapping merit lists, Mr. President, especially when we think about the Police Service Commission. But, Mr. President, it's been a month since the last sitting. We've heard a few people speak here. But it is important to remind the government on this side that it was Senator Vera's position, and I've heard today Senator Sipasad as well, that saw the need for an urgent, full proclamation of this piece of legislation. You simply cannot defend a position where the rights and privileges of citizens to secrecy and protection of such is being trampled upon. Mr. President, let me go into the issue surrounding cross-border personal information protection. Let us look at the Data Protection Act in parallels in different jurisdictions to understand how it is applied and its implications. My research has guided me to examine the European space where there's a data protection board in place. And the European Data Protection Board in 2018 enacted updated guidelines, clarifications, and best practices. And some of the major updates include, and I will quote them, information on which companies are bound to the General Data Protection Regulation, what consumer data is considered necessary to collect, and how companies should fulfill data requests. And why is this important, Mr. President? Because many companies domiciled here in Trinidad and Tobago transact business with clients in Europe, with suppliers in Europe, with distributors in Europe. I myself transact business with clients in Europe. I don't know if my friend Senator Suklal transacts business with clients in Europe. He would be concerned about this cross-border. Many of these companies may find that there are fresh compliance requirements for client data collection and sharing as guidelines are folded into the separate jurisdictions in the Eurozone. And a case in point occurred in Europe, where a data privacy non-governmental organization called NOYB, none of your business, not mind your business as the Prime Minister says, but none of your business. And I quote this, Mr. President, brought a complaint over forced consent against Instagram, Facebook, Google, and WhatsApp the day the General Data Protection Regulation became active. That very day, Mr. President. So if an NGO in Europe could file legal suits on data privacy grounds for large corporations, then how easy it is them to put it against small entities in Trinidad and Tobago? And besides civil suits, you have the record of the General Data Protection Regulation levying 1,216 fines and an amount of some $2.5 billion in penalties as of December 2022, according to an enforcement tracker. Mr. President, this means that when businesses are doing their risk assessment upon entering any country, inclusive of Trinidad and Tobago, they would need to include the risk of being caught by these possible penalties. And to give the members present a sense of the potential fallout of errant companies, I obtained some more information from the Business News Daily report, and you could see it on www.businessnewsdaily.com. And it quotes, "The penalties for failing to comply with the General Data Protection Regulation are potentially steep. Fines of up to 10 million euros, or 2% of global annual revenue from the previous year, for many businesses, that could amount to a fatal blow." The report in the Business Daily concluded by stating that, and I quote, "The cost of compliance with new guidelines did result in the exit of about a third of Android applications, according to a study from the National Bureau of Economic Research." So, Mr. President, this could spell problems for companies based here in Trinidad and Tobago, in the tech space specifically, doing businesses across borders, not just with Europe, but with other jurisdictions that have these type of penalties in place for non-compliance. So if the laws and systems are in place locally, it will serve as an opportunity, Mr. President, for domestic firms to comply in the market space, familiar with them, so they don't have to go seeking other markets to have their tech firms because of the risks posed here by this government not fully proclaiming this law. Mr. President, the government's failure to fully proclaim the Data Protection Act is a missed opportunity, especially when it comes to the ease of doing business. So allow me to use another jurisdiction away from the North Atlantic now to the Indian subcontinent. And in India, they have advanced the Personal Data Protection Bill 2022. The express purpose being, and I quote, "to provide a framework for the processing of digital data in a manner that recognizes both the right of individuals to protect their personal data and the need to process it for lawful purposes and for matters connected to it." So the question is, how does one establish the connection between here and the ease of doing business? Essentially, Mr. President, tech-based enterprises are the pride of India. And the key for them will be to distinguish the difference between personal data and that of sensitive personal data. So this government's failure to proclaim all sections of the Data Protection Act in the piecemeal manner in which they are going about proclaiming it renders the legislation impotent on the question of the ease of doing business here. Section 75 of the Data Protection Act treats with the rights of access to personal information. The following Section 76 speaks to the limitation of processing of sensitive personal information in the possession of a corporation, a business entity. This means that when the then Kamala Prasad-Bissessar-led government drafted this law, they contemplated the private sector in the protection of data. And if we take an examination of Section 76 pertaining to the sensitive data, it reads in subsection 1, and I quote, "A corporation shall not process sensitive personal information in its possession unless it obtains the consent of the person to whom that sensitive personal information relates." So why this section is not being proclaimed by this PNM government after 7.5 long years, we simply cannot understand. What recourse does one have in event of a trespass on this section regarding sensitive information? So there can be no excuse whatsoever with this government today. I've heard a lot of excuses, but none that I can deem valid. Because I know, Mr. President, that the Minister of Digital Transformation, I know him to be a good minister. Maybe the only good one they have in the PNM. I don't know how he slipped through the cracks, Mr. President, because to find a good PNM minister is like looking for a unicorn. It doesn't exist, Mr. President. But yet the minister is here with us. And I know if it was within the remit of the minister, he would have fully proclaimed this bill. And when I saw the minister that good minister, the one good minister, responding to Senator Mark, he was struggling, Mr. President. He was struggling to defend the government's position and make any sense as to why his colleagues will not support proclaiming this full act. Some others tried to defend, but this minister was sincere in heart. I saw the pain in his eyes. And as such, it cannot be the doing of the honorable minister that these key sections have not been proclaimed. So who is at fault? Why has the government not proclaimed these key sections? Is it the Prime Minister who leads the cabinet? Has he held it back for a particular reason? I'm only asking. Can the Attorney General the Honorable Attorney General shed some light on this issue? I listened to him intently. I'm going to get to him in a moment. But I was hoping that he could have shed light as to why it was not proclaimed fully and when it would be proclaimed. Mr. President, the Honorable Attorney General sits in the cabinet. He's the titular head of the bar in Trinidad and Tobago. Certainly not Florida, but here in Trinidad and Tobago, where he's not disqualified, he's the Attorney General. So I would expect that the Attorney General would want to protect citizens' data urgently. This would be an urgent matter, maybe a little bit urgent than getting scrap metal dealers back up and running again. But the right to privacy of citizens cannot be sacrificed on the altar of political expediency. Mr. President, we must do the right thing. The government must do the right thing and proclaim all sections of the Act. The Honorable Attorney General is here. I'm glad he's here listening. The Honorable Attorney General must protect the citizens and the businesses in this country from the trappings and facing the brunt of law from other jurisdictions. Fines that could cripple companies in this country. But yet, I listen to the Honorable Attorney General come here and give us a history lesson about the Patrick Manning era and what was done for data protection in the Patrick Manning era. But let me give the Honorable Attorney General another history lesson. Both the United National Congress or the People's Partnership and the PNM unanimously passed this piece of legislation in the Parliament. That's another history lesson. So we still can't understand why it is not proclaimed as yet and when it will be proclaimed. But the Honorable Attorney General comes here and speaks about Section 6 in the Act. And Mr. President, let me clarify this. Section 6 in the Act, this section states the general principles. But nothing can breathe life into these general principles unless the other parts of this legislation, specifically Part 3 and Part 4, are properly proclaimed so that it gives effect to these general principles in the whole Act. So the bobbings and weavings of the Honorable Attorney General was not convincing. I put it to the Honorable Attorney General to tell us why is it not proclaimed and when will it be proclaimed? Silence is deafening. Mr. President, let me remind the Honorable Attorney General, more than 300 lawyers voted in confidence of him, So they too want to see why this is not proclaimed. Yeah, they said that they had confidence. But anyways, I'll move on, Mr. President. But returning to the question of the ease of doing business, in the country case of India, the 2022 data protection law specified, and I quote, hefty penalties for non-compliance and relaxed rules on cross-border data flows. This is critical for big tech and much needed for India to maintain its leadership in technology. So we have tech-based companies coming into this Trinidad market almost on a monthly basis, Mr. President. Therefore, this law will be necessary to assist these local companies to hold their market position in this region, in the Caribbean region. And I don't believe that this government really cares much about tech anyway. So I'm not surprised that this is not done urgency. Because when we look at some other matters, when we look at this government, which is the same government that chased away a fintech company called WePay with their big stick of bureaucracy. Yes, WePay pulled up their sticks in 2021 and hightailed it to Jamaica. The same way the government got the aspects of the legislative agenda wrong. that caused WePay to leave, Mr. President. We see here now again the potential risk of other tech companies having to leave because of the high risks. We don't want the government to make the same mistake with the companies in the tech space because they failed to proclaim this legislation. We know WePay left for other reasons other than data protection. But if you allow me just a few seconds, Mr. President, I will tell you why it's so important that we don't make the same mistake of the past. Mr. President, on the 27th of October 2022, in a Newsday business article, they stated, WePay was founded right here in Trinidad and Tobago by Point Fortin's very own Aldwin Wayne. However, owing to less than enabling environment for innovation in TNT, Wayne was forced to move the headquarters of WePay out of Trinidad and Tobago and set up roots in Jamaica in 2021. And since the move, he has also created the Caribbean's first neo-digital bank, Color Bank. So this example is what we lost by not passing proper legislation, because this government abandoned the legislative agendas. So we have not lost other tech companies yet based on this piece of the lack of this government's failure to proclaim this act, but we potentially do risk it. You see, the government is like kryptonite, Mr. President, especially when it comes to tech firms. They're killing the sector by what WePay referred to as less than an enabling environment for innovation. And by not proclaiming this act, it also adds to the less than desirable environment for these companies. Mr. President, when the leader of the government business can rise to contribute and only engage in banter, that again shows the importance that this government places on these tech firms. You come here simply to engage in rebuttals. It's like a game inside of here. Rebuttal. How can you rebuttal and embarrass the opposition? When serious risks are being placed on this country by this government's failure to move forward on something that was agreed upon by both the UNC and the PNM. Mr. President, data protection laws, once implemented, will ensure a compliance environment that is easy for startups, a crucial component in the ease of doing business, as I stated earlier. There are increasing services being conducted using electronic platforms. And so this law is needed as of yesterday. The government ought to be moving post-haste, and the Honorable Attorney General should be in breakneck speed, taking this back to the cabinet. Mr. President, another key risk in doing business is identity theft. I heard Senator C. Prasad speak about this earlier. And every businessman knows that. Huh? So it is important that the authority that is created in this Data Protection Act has a full proclamation of the law. This will empower them to enable them to create a safe operating environment for companies, businesses in our jurisdiction. Identity theft is a crime of opportunity. And for many companies in Trinidad and Tobago, when you think about many of them are even incapable of doing regular administrative tasks, such as keeping proper books and ledgers. Think about how much at risk they are. We need laws to protect those persons. These companies would benefit from mitigating factors, such as a robust legal framework and an empowered regulator. This government seems to continue to erode the power given to regulators in this country, especially when we saw what happened under the procurement regulation bill that came to this Senate. On one question of identity theft, we recognize that there has been a massive migration of data online. Mr. President, the Consumer Sentinel Network Data Book 2020, published by the Federal Trade Commission, paints a gloomy picture when it comes to identity theft. According to the 2020 report, the Federal Trade Commission received 2.2 million reports of fraud from consumers that resulted in a total loss of $3.3 billion, Mr. President. Are you hearing that? And to provide context, Mr. President, the government is making the claim that they are moving towards more digitalization. This is what we hear budget after budget. I hear the Honourable Minister speak about it budget after budget. So they are therefore going to collect more data on industrial properties, on commercial properties to improve revenue collection in terms of corporate taxes and other taxes. They have to make sure that they can protect and secure that data, Mr. President. Because if not, it could make many companies vulnerable. If the information is not secured and protections are not in place, there's a risk of data being leaked, Mr. President. And the result of this can amount to business identity theft. What would a foreign firm from Europe be looking for in terms of data protection? This could impact the inward investment into Trinidad and Tobago, where we know already $10 billion in foreign direct investment have exited our shores. So this is a further barrier. When companies are left vulnerable and not protected, they don't want to take the potential risks. Companies have suppliers, companies have customers, companies have employees, companies have their sources of raw materials, companies have various sensitive and competitive information, Mr. President. And all of these areas and more, if put into the wrong hands, can compromise millions of dollars in investment and potentially risk thousands of jobs for these companies in this country. Mr. President, I will illustrate with an example. Let us look at one government agency involved in collecting data in the Central Statistics Office, so it's the CSO. So the government keeps talking about the CSO needs to improve the data they collect. And we must note that every quarter the CSO collects data on raw materials being used by a company, for example. A company, for competitive reasons, may not want their competition to know where they're getting their supply from. That's fair. I think the Honourable Senator Sukla is paying attention. He will agree with me. His family business wouldn't want competitors to find out where they're getting their supply from. So this should be of utmost importance to the Honourable Senator. Suppose someone is able to leak proprietary data from the CSO database. This data would undoubtedly be a trade secret, as it provides the company with a competitive edge in the markets that it serves. If someone gets their hands on the data through a hack, the company becomes exposed. And if not destroyed in the process, the company could lose millions of dollars. The data that is stored could potentially be leaked, which includes sources of supply, costing, export markets being targeted by a company, export customer information, and other details, sensitive details of customers. And this is the public sector where data is collected on businesses. The same thing applies in the private sector as well too, Mr. President. When a businessman goes to the bank for a business loan, if there's insufficient protection, someone could hack the client's information. For instance, any business that needs to get a loan, an overdraft facility, the bank requires them to list their top 5 clients, for example. The amount of business being done with these top 5 clients. This can put a risk on these companies if this information is leaked. So the companies that are looking to invest in Trinidad and Tobago are certainly going to be aware of these serious matters. Yet the government provides a very weak regulatory framework. And this is why, sadly, TNT today, under this government, looks more and more like a banana republic, because we have a weak regulatory framework while the counterpart countries have laws that enforce data protection. Trinidad is not a real place. It's an expression made by many of these business people in Trinidad and Tobago, but I'm not going to make that claim, lest I get flinged to Ukraine for some reason. I had coal up there. So, Mr. President, there are several examples of business identity theft that we must be alert to, that would impact, hopefully, on members arriving to the conclusion that this motion should be passed post-haste. You see, remember, when business identity is stolen, it has the effect of hurting businesses' profits. has the effect of hurting a business's reputation. Mr. President, infringers, when we look at some of the examples, fake social media accounts. Infringers may create fake accounts to copy the names, the intellectual property, such as logos and branding of a company. We're all familiar with this aspect locally, Mr. President. Failure to proclaim the law leaves wiggle room for would-be offenders. Look-alike websites, well, that's self-explanatory. Customers may be lured away from official business websites and lured into purchasing items that don't relate to the company of choice. And of course, abuse of tax information. Often in businesses, you're required to indicate license number, tax information. This can be used by skillful actors to defraud companies of much needed revenue. And there are many others that can occur. And of course, the longer the Office of the Information Commissioner has to wait to see full proclamation of the Data Protection Act, the more damage can be done to business confidence in an increasing online and globally exposed business operating environment. Mr. President, the question has to be, that many of us wish to know, is what is the role of this data protection law in preventing or mitigating against identity theft? The reality is that, and I want to quote, data protection laws set out what should be done to make sure everyone's data is used properly and fairly. Data protection laws generally assist in creating an environment of compliance. This helps save company time and money, Mr. President. Mr. President, police officers are mentioned once in Section 19 of the Data Protection Act. This is the proclaimed section which treats with the designation of powers to inspectors, for instance. Given the continuous advances made in the tech space, it would raise the question as to whether or not there would be a need to increase the inclusion and participation of police, and in particular the cybercrime unit in the operations of the Information Commissioner. On the 21st of March 2018, Newsday reported the cybercrime unit to have disclosed, and I quote, "There have been reports of identity theft and catfishing to the local cybercrime unit." Said unit representative Sergeant Daniel Hernandez.
You have 5 more minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sergeant Hernandez went further to disclose of the 25 cases, 17 were solved, and because there was no cybercrime laws, there were fines of about 200 and 500 and imprisonment of 1 month. He explained this was implemented using legislation such as the Computer Misuse Act, Offences Against the Person Act, and the Telecommunications Act. So the question is, if this Data Protection Act was in place, would there be another leg for the police to stand on when they have to deal with these type of criminals? So the failure of the government in this regard is clear. They can no longer look in the rearview mirror to cast blame, especially when they use the United National Congress that did the heavy lifting to bring us to this point, Mr. President. And with the only job left to do by this government is to proclaim it. That's the only thing you'll have to do. But even that you can't. So, Mr. President, as I come to a close, because I think anyone listening to this here today, in the public, on the independent side, and those on the government side, I'll call a few names before I close. I'm sure your conscience would lead you to approving this motion here today. Mr. President, on the question of data privacy, we must be alert. As Gary Kovacs, a San Francisco Bay Area technologist, was known to have said, privacy, I quote, privacy is not an option, and it shouldn't be the price we accept for just going and getting on the internet. Citizens look to their government for protection. They look to their Honorable Attorney General for protection. And the government has been derelict in its duty. They are now 6 months in their 8 years in office. So there could be no excuse for not fully proclaiming this Data Protection Act. It simply reeks of incompetence, Mr. President. This action displays that the PNM government lacks the care for the concerns of citizens. And ultimately, by their inaction on this matter, many citizens are put at risk. So, for the record, I fully endorse the motion by Senator Mark, the amendment made. I think it's fair. We have to accept the fact we're dealing with an inefficient government. So we have to give them a little time. We have no choice. But we must set a date. Can't be whenever it happens. But Mr. President, and I implore all my colleagues on all sides, including the Minister of Technology, not the Minister of Technology, sorry, the Minister of Information. Sorry. You can, yeah, thank you. Right. So I implore that all those on that side, all those in that side, yeah, you know why I have to find it? Because I haven't heard this gentleman, I can't call no names, I haven't heard this gentleman for 2.5 years sitting inside of here. This is the first time we come with a bill for this gentleman. So I even forget the man's title. But he too, the Honorable Minister too, in his right conscience, I hope that he votes in favor of this. I hope that Senator Sukai, the newly minted senator on that side, who at another time represented many businesses in this country and understands the pain of the businessman, understands the risk that businesses can face. I hope he digs deep in his conscience today and sees it fit to vote in favor, along with the rest of his colleagues. I don't know if the leader of government business will do so. But with the rest of his colleagues, I sincerely hope that the Minister of Digital Transformation, look, I got it. Look, I got it. Such an irrelevant ministry, because we've seen nothing come out of that ministry, Mr. President. So forgive me if I forgot that the ministry even existed in this country, right? So I trust today they will all give you all full support and ensure that this motion is passed with the amendment, and it's done so post-haste. Anything else other than that is irresponsible to the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. And I thank you, Mr. President.
So, Senator, in relation to the proposed amendment, which you mentioned during your contribution, there's a procedural that needs to take place, so you may go.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. And for the record, Mr. President, I beg to move that the motion being amended by Senator Mark, deleting the word immediately, and after the resolution, inserting the following new resolution. And be it further resolved that the Senate call on the government to commit to proclamation of the Data Protection Act at the earliest possible date, and in any event on or before December 31st, 2023. Yes? And that's it, yes? Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President.
One second. Okay, so this motion needs to be seconded. But before I do so, Minister of Tourism, is there something you need to say?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. By way of a point of clarification, is it that the Honorable Senator Leiter has just amended the motion put forward on his own bench by Senator Mark?
Okay. Senator, 1 second. Senator Leiter. Senator Leiter. No, don't tell me sorry, because when I call your name, I expect silence. Minister of Tourism, yes, Senator Leiter has amended the motion as put forward by Senator Mark. All of that is part of the procedure and is allowed. This motion needs to be seconded. Senator Mark.
Mr. President, I'd like to second the proposed amendment.
Senator Leiter. Honourable Senators, the amendment to the motion has been seconded by Senator Mark. Honourable Senators, the question is that the motion be further amended by Senator Leiter as proposed. Senators taking part in the debate hereafter may speak on the original motion and the proposed amendments in the plural. Senator Dylan Remy. Tourism and Senator Leiter, there is no debate. I have already ruled on this. Everything has been done according to procedure. We shall now continue the business of the Senate. Senator Dylan Remy.
Mr. President, I thank you for the privilege that I'm allowed to take part in this debate on this private member's motion brought by Senator Mark. I've listened carefully to presentations made both on the 31st of January and again today. And now I think, from what I understand, that most people are in agreement with the motion with amendments. So my comments are going to be brief. I particularly noted the responses from the Minister of Digital Transformation and the Minister in the Ministry of the Attorney General and the Attorney General today as to what actions the government has and is currently taking. And I'm pleased that significant action is being taken. I hope that the Minister of Digital Transformation is getting all the support from the public and private organizations for this initiative, especially the public sector. Because, Mr. President, I am aware that it is very difficult to get change within the public sector, and change in terms of digitalization, it's not going to be easy. I'm not sure whether that may be some of the reasons why there may be the delay, but I'm just hoping that the support is there. I also noted, Mr. President, I cannot not help to notice the back and forth between the government and the opposition about who is better than the other in bringing the best legislation to Parliament. For example, which government brought the Freedom of Information Act? I heard about Cambridge Analytica. I heard about who didn't proclaim the whole act between 2012 and 2015, and who did not proclaim the act since 2015 until 2023. I heard that. But the reality, Mr. President, is that an act that was assented to in 2011 is still not fully proclaimed. And our nation needs an appropriate act to be proclaimed. And if this means bringing the amendments to the Parliament, then bring the amendments whenever it is needed and must be done in the shortest possible time, to use the AG's words. Mr. President, I understand that the matter is complex. I heard the Minister of Digital Transformation talk about the balance between individual privacy and the need for technology to modernize the delivery of services. And I understand, but I also understand that we cannot have a perfect act, especially as things are changing so rapidly. Many senators have already spoken about the importance of the protection of data, including the Minister of Digital Transformation. He spoke about that. And I also heard the Attorney General talk about privacy issues. And I would imagine that if there are changes to be made that would involve changing issues related to privacy of persons within the country, any amendments that are made will need the support of both opposition and independent. I'm assuming that. So bring the amendments is what I would like to see. Mr. President, I remember the first time experiencing a doctor sending me digital images of a patient's information on WhatsApp for my action. I was shocked and wondered what would happen if the image was inadvertently sent to the wrong person. However, I was also very excited that it was so easy to get the information that would previously only be available if I physically went to the hospital to review a file. I grew up in an era where patients' notes were confidential in a physical file for the eyes of the healthcare personnel only. Now, patients' information can be on WhatsApp. Who is taking responsibility for any errors? And I shudder to think of the possibility of medical information being used for marketing purposes, and that is possible today. So in my short contribution, Mr. President, I would like to conclude that I am in support of the motion, but would suggest one amendment, and basically the amendment I think has already been made, the amendment that was made by Senator Leiter, that the remaining sections of the Data Protection Act be proclaimed. I was thinking that I would give it the government until the end of the third session of the 12th Parliament, which would be like about September. I thought that giving the government about 6 months to do what was necessary, especially since, according to the Minister of Digital Transformation, he has already said that some areas are ready for action to be taken. And therefore, I didn't think it was too difficult a task. So therefore, my recommendation is that the motion be accepted with the amendments as made by Senator Leiter. Mr. President, I thank you.
Minister of Public Administration.
Mr. President, I thank you for giving me the opportunity to participate in this debate. Mr. President, in December 2005, the Ministry of Public Administration issued a publication entitled Fast Forward, Accelerating into the Digital Future, National Policy on Data Protection. In that publication, the ministry, which I now have the honor to lead, said as follows, and I quote, "It is important that government's data banks and use of personal information be subject to a transparent and accountable regime with an objective of balancing personal information protection needs with broader public interest needs, such as law enforcement, security, and public health." Mr. President, I do not only endorse that statement and believe that it applies as much today, if not more so, as it did when it was published. But I would go further, Mr. President, to say that among the public interest needs that must be balanced against individual privacy rights are not only law enforcement, security, and public health, but also improvement in the provision of public services and revenue collection. So, Mr. President, I noted with interest when Senator Mark complained bitterly during his presentation on this motion that TNTEC and WASA can now give your private information to the Inland Revenue Division. Senator Mark's obvious distress that Inland Revenue can get access to private information held by other state agencies was abundantly clear. In response to that, Mr. President, let me just say that the Inland Revenue Division has, and in fact has always had the power under the Income Tax Act, Section 117, to request information from third parties for the purpose of the administration of the tax laws. This is the Inland Revenue, has and continues to request and receive information from private and public sector organizations and other persons, and it uses that information to raise assessments on individual and corporate taxpayers. The only entities in respect of which the Inland Revenue has only limited access to request information are financial institutions. As even in the 1950s when the Income Tax Act was passed, and even acknowledging that the very purpose of the act was to allow the Inland Revenue to get the information required to assess persons to taxes, provision was made for the protection of financial information. So the Inland Revenue can only request information from financial institutions in very limited circumstances. So to hear that Senator Mark now wishes the authority to collect information from third parties should be removed from the Board of Inland Revenue, and that he is of the view that the proclamation of the Data Protection Act, as currently drafted, will achieve that end, gives me even further pause in respect of the motion before us. Even as we pass laws and sign bilateral and multilateral agreements to provide foreign powers with more financial information on persons operating within our borders, Senator Mark wants to reduce our local tax authorities' power to secure such information, which will severely hamper its power to assess and collect the taxes properly due to the state. I certainly do not support such a position, Mr. President. And that was one of the many flaws I spotted in the legislation, even before it was mentioned by Senator Mark. At best, the present legislation creates some uncertainty as to its impact on the Inland Revenue's power to secure third-party information on taxpayers. And that is one of the many reasons I'm unable to support this motion. Senator Mark went further to complain that any public body can share personal data with any other public body. That, Mr. President, has not been my experience. I recall when, in my former post of Minister in the Ministry of Finance, I was trying to work through with the technocrats the approaches we should take in securing the relevant information to undertake the land valuations for the purpose of operationalizing the property tax. The first difficulty I encountered was finding out that all the information gathered for this purpose in 2009 and 2010 had been destroyed. I wonder who instigated that move. When we tried to secure information already within the possession of the state on properties within Trinidad and Tobago, we looked to TNTech, WASA, and TT Post, all of whom would have gathered information on properties, but were informed by each that they were unable to share the information with the Ministry of Finance for the purpose of property tax operationalization. So other than the Cambridge Analytica scandal, when the personal information of citizens of this fair land was obviously improperly secured and shared, I am unaware that state agencies, as a matter of course, share personal information without authority. And that, to me, is another flaw in the Act as currently drafted. It does not sufficiently cater for appropriate data sharing. So let's look at some of the provisions of the Act so that I can identify some other areas of concern, that concern me. Section 4 of the Act states the objective of the Act as being to ensure protection of an individual's right to privacy and the right to maintain sensitive personal information. A very laudable objective. Data privacy is typically applied to personal health information, personally identifiable information such as financial information, medical records, social security or ID numbers, birth dates, and contact information. So I fully support the objective of securing such information and acknowledge the growing need to protect personal data as the ability to unlawfully access that information increases. Section 5 provides for various things. It says, for example, the purpose for data collection must be identified by the organization before or at the time of collection. While I agree, Mr. President, with this provision, we must more carefully define the purpose for which the data is to be collected to allow for appropriate data sharing, and I will treat with that a little later on in more detail. Section 5 requires indicates that the knowledge and consent of individuals are required for collection, use, and disposal of information. Again, I agree with this provision, but this too we need to re-examine because the exceptions to this rule are limiting and perhaps need to be expanded to allow for the use and sharing of other information without express consent. It says, the provision says as well that personal information shall only be retained for as long as is necessary for the purpose collected and shall not be disclosed for other purposes without prior consent. Who determines the period that is necessary to retain information? For example, the Inland Revenue generally has the power to assess a person for the last 6 years. So clearly it is necessary to retain tax information for at least that long. However, it also, this is the Board of Inland Revenue, also has the power to raise assessments for any prior year without restriction if it can establish fraud or willful neglect. And once an assessment has been raised against a taxpayer, the debt endures without limitation on the period until it is settled. So, my question is, can someone successfully argue that their tax records with the Inland Revenue should be expunged in year 7 unless the board can establish at that time that there is fraud or willful neglect to justify a more dated assessment? Some clarity is certainly required here. This very section also stipulates that the protection safeguards required for information will depend on the nature of the information. That provision requires the introduction and/or implementation of a comprehensive data classification policy. I remember having to undertake such an exercise at the last place that I worked in the private sector, and it was a very time-consuming task. And that organization did not possess anywhere close to the number of files held within the public service, many of which I will hasten to remind you are still in paper form. This is not only a mammoth task, but I would say near impossible while our records continue to be kept in physical form. Section 5 goes on to provide that individuals may request details on the existence, use, and disclosure of their personal information. Again, until the state completes the comprehensive digitalization drive on which it is currently embarked, complying with this provision would be near impossible, especially within the timeline provided by the Act, and if there are multiple requests placed before the relevant agency in possession of the data. Section 6 of the Act outlines the general privacy principles, and the Attorney General went into what those are, but I will focus on a few of them. It says that an organization shall be responsible for the personal information under its control. Understandable. The purpose for which personal information is collected must be identified before or at the time of collection. Mr. President, I ask in this regard, what about pre-existing data? Personal information to be protected is to be protected by appropriate safeguards. My comment on this: in a world of increasing cybersecurity threats, ransomware, hacking, what is required to satisfy this provision has to be carefully considered and measures taken to put things in place to ensure compliance. When we see the cases of significant ransomware attacks on huge companies in highly developed first world countries, we have to acknowledge that protection of such data is not a simple overnight task, and organizations must be given the opportunity to put adequate measures in place to address this issue. Going now to part 3 of the legislation, Mr. President, which deals with protection of personal data by public bodies. Section 30 says that personal data shall not be collected by or for a public body unless the collection of that data is expressly authorized by or under a written law. It says that it allows for collection for law enforcement purposes, and the information must relate directly to and is necessary for an operating program or activity of the public body collecting the data. So let me take the opportunity here, Mr. President, to focus briefly on the issue of data sharing for the purpose of improvement of the provision of public services, which, in my view, this law does not at all address. In my limited stint as Minister of Public Administration and Digital Transformation, before those portfolios were split, I had a lot of time to think about and plan for the type of public service to which Trinidad and Tobago should aspire. My vision remains unchanged, and I'm trying to bring us closer to the realization of that vision through the efforts we are making at the Ministry of Public Admin in public sector reform, in terms of promoting, supporting, and facilitating digitalization and process reengineering and change management. So what is that vision? I have a vision for a citizen-centric public service with a whole-of-government approach. That vision requires us to not only address citizens' needs as they arise and services are requested, but to anticipate those needs where we can and reach out to the persons in need. So I see a world where we can go to any hospital throughout Trinidad and Tobago for medical attention, and the attending medical staff has easy and ready access to the relevant medical records, regardless of where the patient was previously treated. I have a vision of all relevant birth information being supplied automatically by the hospital at which the delivery takes place to the following agencies for the following purposes. 1, to the Registrar General to enable the production and electronic delivery of birth certificates. 2, to the Ministry of Social Development as required to satisfy any social security needs, such as details on the birth of a physically or mentally challenged child. To the Children's Authority if, for example, the mother did not survive childbirth and no next of kin has been identified. To the Ministry of Education so that it can anticipate and plan for the school population of the future. This requires the sharing of personal data. It also requires the re-engineering of government processes, because at the moment, government agencies do not operate on a whole-of-government approach. Citizens, in my view, are crying out for the state to make life easier for them. To, for example, relieve the elderly of having to physically visit a social development office to confirm that they are still alive and therefore still entitled to pension benefits. To confirm that someone in receipt of social benefits who has traveled abroad has not lost his or her entitlement because they remained outside of Trinidad and Tobago beyond the stipulated period. Information sharing, for example, between Social Development Ministry and the Ministry of National Security Immigration Division could allow us to address the latter. As we strive for interoperability with the objective of better serving the citizen, we need data sharing of relevant information across state agencies to achieve that. But who knows? Perhaps more people think like Senator Mark than think like me. Maybe they prefer to sacrifice greater efficiency for the purpose of retaining a higher level of data protection. Or perhaps they want us to land somewhere between those two apparently extreme points. Which is why we are of the view that public consultation on this legislation is crucial. This was proposed as early as 2011 when the bill was first promulgated, but no sufficient and robust public consultation has been held to date. The public consultation that has been held so far by this administration, since it has been looking to proclaim the legislation that was passed in 21, treated with stakeholders like the banks and the private sector and the Ministry of Health and those entities. We have not reached out to members of the public to determine what kind of service we want to build, what kind of service they want us to provide, and therefore whether they wish to embrace the approach of information sharing to allow for easier operation and provision of public services. So that kind of public consultation, in my view, is desperately required. If we agree that data sharing for the more seamless provision of government services is desirable, then we would need to relax the provisions regarding the circumstances in which an agency can collect and share information and the type of information that agency can collect. Moving on to Section 21. That section says personal information is to be collected from the individual, but may be collected from another source where the individual authorizes it, where it is necessary for medical treatment, or it is required for court proceedings or collecting a debt or law enforcement. This is a provision that may be seen to negatively impact the Inland Revenue's ability to collect third-party information. And I would reiterate at this point that we cannot hamstring the Inland Revenue like this, especially now that we are moving forward at long last with the implementation of the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority, from which we are expecting more efficient and effective tax administration. We need to ensure that the TTRA has the tools to deliver on that mandate, not the least of which is access to pertinent information. This is the only way that we can ensure a fair system of taxes that allows us to impose taxes across the board at reasonable rates to all citizens for the benefit of all citizens. Section 32 of the legislation states that a public body must disclose the reason and authority for collecting the information that it is seeking to collect. And it must also disclose the contact details of the person who is acting as the information officer in that agency. Certain exceptions exist. While this is a reasonable ask, if we are to allow for information sharing, as I advocate, then we would need some flexibility in the disclosure, or at the very least to get further along our process reengineering exercises to be able to ascertain and articulate how the information is to be used. Section 35 of the legislation says that a public body must make reasonable security arrangements for protection of information. As I stated above, in a world of hacking, ransomware, and increasing other cybersecurity threats, we need to give the Ministry of Digital Transformation time to complete its work of designing and rolling out the necessary safeguards. As the Minister of Digital Transformation would have said, they have embarked on this exercise, but it is not a simple matter. As we would have seen from the various successful and potentially crippling ransomware attacks that have been launched in places far more advanced and sophisticated than Trinidad and Tobago currently is. Section 36 says that a public body shall store information in Trinidad and Tobago unless the individual has consented to external storage or the foreign jurisdiction has comparable safeguards. This too is a reasonable ask, but it comes at a time when both public and private bodies are already committed to external cloud storage contracts where portability of information from one service provider to another is often problematic because of the different algorithms and policies used. Time will be required to allow for adjustments to such arrangements as required. I'm sure that when the government entered into such contracts, and private sector players as well, entered into such contracts in the past, it would have chosen cloud services in countries with robust legislation. However, much of that would have been done before the issue of data protection gained the prominence that it now has. Moving data or servers to jurisdiction with less robust legislation for tax or other reasons is something that may well have occurred over the years, as contracts may not have included clauses limiting the service provider's ability to do so. It is only reasonable, therefore, to give organizations time to review their contracts and either have them revised as necessary to ensure compliance with the provision or to change service providers. Section 40 states that a public body shall not process sensitive personal information unless it obtains the consent of the person. Exceptions exist in respect of health, research, law enforcement, social service entitlements. Personal information has been defined in the Act to include information relating to financial transactions in which the individual has been involved. Any identifying number to identify the individual, correspondence of a private nature. While sensitive personal information includes financial records, this provision, again, may also present issues for Inland Revenue and to come the TTRA's administration of the tax legislation. So it causes me concern. Section 45 of the Act says that medical information shall not be disclosed by a public body except with the consent of the individual or by order of the court. When we acknowledge that our public health sector is divided among 5 regional authorities, each of which is a public body, it becomes evident how the inability to share information among these bodies without consent may pose a medical risk to an individual in need of critical care. While exceptions may exist elsewhere in the Act, this categorical provision, as currently drafted in Section 45, coupled with the potential for the imposition of penalties, not only on the institution, but also on its directors and senior personnel, can at least cause unnecessary delay in dealing with medical issues where the transfer of data is required, leading to potential loss of life. This provision definitely needs to be revisited. Section 46 of the legislation says that a public body must supply details of personal information requested by the person to whom the information relates within 30 days of the request. How can this be accomplished in the context of years of accumulation of paper records? So let us look at the state of readiness of the public service for implementation of this legislation. The public service is in the middle of an intensive digitalization drive, which ought to have been started long ago, but was not. It has been started within the last few years. Some agencies are much more advanced than others, but we are diligently working towards that end and trying to expedite completion. Until that is substantially completed, it will be foolhardy to assume that it would be in any kind of reasonable position to comply with many of the provisions of this legislation. When one considers the millions literally millions of files that exist in hard copy on the compounds and often in off-site storage facilities. The concept of having to locate and identify what information you have on a particular person within 30 days is a daunting prospect. To give you a sense of the volume, let's look at a couple of state agencies. The Office of the Attorney General has millions of files and records. Births and deaths, 4 million. Land Registry, there are 27,000 deeds filed a year on average. 21,000 mortgage bills of sale a year. 60,000 deeds a year. In the company registry, you have 120,000 companies registered, many with multiple files, and all of them require to file documents annually. The judiciary has indicated that it must retain files going back as far as 1900. Each year, it adds about 51,000 to 91,000 new matters. Before 2019, when this administration introduced several measures to reduce the number of traffic and minor possession charges, there were 157,000 new court matters a year. There are 4,000 active human resource files and 14,000 inactive files. There are 20,000 admin files and 20,000 finance files. There are also procurement files. Like the Office of the Attorney General, the judiciary has been diligently digitizing its records, but there's still much work to be done. For example, it took them 2 years with a team of 30 people to digitize 105,000 probate files. And that is a small drop in the bucket when you look at the full volume of files before them. Policies need to be drafted, rolled out, and implemented. Information officers have to be identified, appointed, and trained. All the data within the service has to be classified into personal, sensitive personal, and other to allow for the various levels of appropriate protection to be applied. What is called in the industry an information audit. Again, imagine doing that with physical documents. Which is why it astounds me that this legislation was drafted and passed without either a grandfathering clause to treat with pre-existing information, but more importantly, without a transition clause to allow not only the government, but also private sector organizations who also possess personal information of their clientele and perhaps others to prepare for implementation of the Act. In the Bahamas, they introduced a transitional provision in their legislation. Section 31 of their Act allows for arrangements to be put in place for requests. They were given, I think, a year to put arrangements in place to allow for requests by individuals of their personal information. And government agencies were given 5 years to continue to use and process existing files containing information that may not have been obtained in accordance with the principles of the Act. We have no such provision in our legislation. Once the legislation is implemented, on the very next day, people can start requesting information and people can start demanding all of the provisions in the Act be operational. But so even as data is digitized and more cloud solutions are necessary to put in place, proper arrangements need to be made to guard against cybersecurity attacks. So one of the standards that have been put forward as being best practice in terms of data protection is the General Data Protection Regulations of the EU. It has been said that the regulation is large, far-reaching, and fairly light on specifics, making compliance a daunting prospect, particularly for small and medium-sized enterprises who we have not yet considered in this debate at all. To be compliant, you need, it is said of the EU regulations, to designate data protection responsibilities to your team. You need to maintain detailed documentation of the data you are collecting, how it is used, where it is stored, which employee is responsible for it. You need to train your staff and implement technical organizational security measures. You need to have data processing agreements with third parties who you contract with to protect the data in your possession. And data security in that context includes end-to-end encryption, implementing a data privacy policy, limiting access to personal data. We must bear in mind that proper data protection legislation must encompass not only the public sector, but also the private sector. While the current legislation includes some fairly innocuous and ineffective provisions regarding the responsibilities to be placed on private sector organizations in possession of personal data, that is an issue that needs to be addressed if we are really serious about data protection. But it needs to be addressed in a way that balances data protection with the need to avoid putting too heavy a burden on especially small businesses. As we recognize that almost all businesses now offer online services and as such have personal information of their clientele who use those services, we must acknowledge that it would be unreasonable to place as heavy a burden on, for example, food delivery service providers as we do on our financial institutions. There must therefore be a ranking of businesses and the obligations placed on them to address data protection. Failure to do that could result in the crippling of those businesses, as I can demonstrate by a couple of examples. So on May the 25th, 2018, mere hours after the general data protection regulations became effective in the EU, Facebook, WhatsApp, Instagram, and Google were sued for their use of forced consent by not presenting options for data processing consent on an individualized basis and requiring users to consent to all data processing activities, including those not strictly necessary as a condition to using the service. Google was fined 50 million euros for this breach. In July of 2019, the British Commissioner's Office issued an intention to fine British Airways £183 million for poor security arrangements that enabled a 2018 web skimming attack affecting around 380,000 transactions. The company was eventually fined only 20 million when the court took mitigating factors into account. In March 2020, Google was fined 7 million euros for failing to purge data it could not prove was still required. These three cases provide clear evidence not only of the need for robust but reasonable legislation, but also the need for a transition period to allow all persons in possession of personal data to prepare for enactment of the legislation. While our local legislation has less severe fines, one must bear in mind that it imposes liability not only on the organization, but also on directors and senior management. Another issue to be addressed is the rationalization of the concept of data protection on the one hand versus the provision of the Freedom of Information legislation on the other. Very recently, that information came before Ministry of Public Admin when we were asked to provide quite detailed and individual information on persons from whom the state leases property. Among the information requested was financial information, and the issue that arose was which obligation takes precedence: the obligation to supply the information on government activity on request to allow for open, transparent governance, or the obligation to protect the personal information of the individual. The issue does not seem to have been addressed or adequately addressed in the current legislation.
Minister, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator John says something is better than nothing. I do not agree with that statement in these circumstances. In the absence of addressing the areas identified above, will not be able to effectively protect individuals' information. And so all it will do is open the state and the private sector to core challenges with no actual improvement on the level of protection provided to citizens in respect of their personal records. What we need to put in place are measures, thank you, protect that data rather than just legislation that exposes the state and others to protracted and expensive litigation where attorneys benefit but citizens do not. So what has this administration done, and what is it doing to address the critical issue of data protection? Firstly, as you said, it commissioned a comprehensive review of the legislation in the context of developments in the law worldwide since 2011. Exercise was completed, gaps have been identified, draft amendments have been prepared. While some consultations were held during the course of that exercise with critical sectors, more widespread stakeholder engagement is required and, in fact, was strongly recommended by the consultant who undertook the exercise. And in this context, I will remind you of my recommendation: we need to engage in stakeholder consultation on the issue of data sharing. So the Office of the Attorney General is dealing with the issue of draft amendments, while the Ministry of Communication deals with the issue of stakeholder engagement. In the interim, while we await what the final workable version of the Act will look like, the whole of the public service is pressing on with the digitalization program, including project reengineering, to put us in a place to be able to comply with the provisions of the legislation. In particular, the Ministry of Public Admin has as high priority areas that are currently receiving its attention the following: process reengineering, change management, performance management, legislative review, aligning HR to e-service delivery, improving and standardizing data governance, management, and analytics to modern data standards, revamping data storage arrangements. All of these areas will impact on the state's ability to properly protect personal data and to comply with the provisions of the Act. So, Mr. President, as I wind up, I ask the question: do we need data protection legislation in force to protect the personal data of individuals? The answer to that is absolutely. But are we willing to agree with Senator Mark that the best approach to that is to immediately implement what now stands as data protection legislation in Trinidad and Tobago, and which even the UNC was not able to implement during its period? My response to that is absolutely not. Even the action of the other side today in amending its own resolution indicates that it was not carefully thought out. We need to proceed with caution to provide Trinidad and Tobago with the protection required, and this is what we are recommending on this side. I thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Dianwright.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity to contribute to this debate. I know I'm coming very late down on the batting order, so I would be very brief in my contribution. Much has already been said about the importance of data protection and the repercussions of not sufficiently having data protection in our country, so I will try to not elaborate too much on that. I would like to thank Senator Mark for bringing this very important motion for debate in this honorable House. Mr. President, this motion recognizes that the Data Protection Act has been partially proclaimed and brings to this Honorable House a discussion on whether or not the rest of the Data Protection Act should be immediately proclaimed. Now, Mr. President, I fully endorse the intention of the motion. However, I too, like the amendment would have been circulated, would suggest that immediate proclamation cannot be feasible at this point, given what was presented by the government. Now, from what I understand, there is a lot of work to be done. There's ongoing work and a lot of work that is work in progress. But still, I do not understand why we cannot commit to a timeline. I sense that there is a challenge by the government in identifying exactly how long this proclamation, or reaching at a point where we can fully proclaim the amended version of this act, can be reached. Now, at this point, after having this Data Protection Act in effect, passed since 2011 and partially proclaimed in 2012, and then parts of it in 2021, irrespective of which administration was in charge, not having a timeline or a deadline we are working towards can work to our disadvantage and cause us to experience even further delays. Mr. President, the sheer complexity of data protection laws, the sheer complexity that data protection laws bring with it is easy to succumb to a state of analysis paralysis. It is complex law, we understand that. It is difficult to roll out, as seen as in the case of the European Union with the GDPR. However, I am afraid that if we do not commit to a timeline or a deadline by which we should aim to fully proclaim this law, we may just not get it done at all. Mr. President, data privacy protection is one of the most critical issues of the 21st century. Our digitized world is at risk of having its data stolen, misused, and even abused. No matter what kind of organization you are in, every public entity and private entity should be held responsible, should be made responsible for keeping their valuable data safe, and should be held accountable for not doing so. Mr. President, data is an asset. We have to recognize that. And it is only when we recognize that we realize that it has to be accounted for. Every custodian of data needs to know where in their organization data should be stored. What are the rules that govern the use, the reuse, and distribution of this data? And it must be guided by a framework and process to protect it. And when I speak of data, there are different categories of data that we speak of when you're talking about data protection. There is public sector data that is free from protection issues. That is, for example, meteorological data, GDP data. But there's also public sector data that is confidential, which includes personal data, that is income data that usually is collected and stored by the Board of Inland Revenue, for example, even health data. But we have to understand that personal data is not only what directly identifies an individual, but what indirectly identifies an individual. And this is where the identifiability issue, the spotting of identifiability issue becomes a problem when you're trying to deal with data protection issues. This is where the complexity in classification comes into play. So getting both the public sector and the private sector to understand their responsibility towards data, the classification of data, is another aspect as another aspect to get us, that we need to understand and we need to fully be able to implement before we can consider the full proclamation of this law. So, from my understanding, Mr. President, full proclamation of this law requires two major things. One, the review and upgrade of the current law to meet global standards, for example, the GDPR standards, given the advances in technology that affect data protection, such as fintech, financial technology, artificial intelligence, big data. The other critical aspect is the readiness of both the public and the private sectors to observe the implementation and compliance. And the Minister in Public Administration went through how complex and tedious this task is. So both these issues to get us to full proclamation is a work in progress. It is under ongoing review. But I have to say, after I heard the Minister of Public Administration, it causes me to think that the sheer volume of work that has to be done makes it unachievable, reaching to a point where we can fully proclaim this act. Now, I heard when the Minister of Digital Transformation responded to this motion by Senator Mark, proposed that the proclamation of the act should be subsequent to the modernization of the act. I heard when Senator Maria Dillon Remy would have asked for a timeline, the response was the shortest possible time. I also heard that we do not need to do it all at once. We can continue to partially proclaim as we go along. Then today, I heard the Honorable Attorney General requested and proposed an amendment as soon as possible. Mr. President, these responses tell me that perhaps we are still very unclear of where we will end up upon the completion of all the studies, the consulting work that is ongoing concerning this Data Protection Act. Or we are at a start of a very long journey in figuring out how to strike that balance between the freedom of information and data protection. Because the sense that I got is that we are nowhere close to being able to strike that balance or even understand how do we classify or categorize those two issues. Sure, we understand the repercussions on regulated data and the importance of freedom of information, but I do not think we are settled yet on what the overarching data protection policy is. Because of the pace of advancement of technology. And Mr. President, a lot seems to be dependent on what the outcomes of the consultants' works will be and where it will lead us to in terms of determining an overarching data protection policy. Because from my understanding, it is the data protection policy that will inform the amendments of the legislation. It also tells me that we are not sure of the length of time it will take to reach a level of readiness for both the private sector and the public sector. As I said, after listening to the Minister of Public Administration, it seems to me that this exercise, I would have been happy if an idea of a feasible timeline to get this done would be proposed. Because it makes me feel that we are nowhere close to being ready. We heard from the Minister of Digital Transformation that work on the modernization of the Data Protection Act has been ongoing. I mentioned this already. There are amendments to modernize the Data Protection Act with the assistance of international consultants, with the Office of the Prime Minister, Communication Division with the assistance of the Inter-American Development Bank, and a number of proposed amendments are being evaluated. But, Mr. President, from my understanding, if we look at this second report of the Joint Select Committee on Finance and Legal Affairs in the first session of the 12th Parliament, that looked at the status of unproclaimed legislations, one of which was the Data Protection Act, you would see that this consultancy with the IDB, the Inter-American Development Bank, placed attention on the Data Protection Act in December of 2020, because it was a requirement under the single electronic window with the Ministry of Trade. It needed to be harmonized with the GDPR regulations to achieve the full operationalization of the single electronic window to ensure a smooth flow of data in international trade transactions. We would see from this report that this consultancy with the Inter-American Development Bank included a gap analysis, stakeholder consultations, a regulatory impact assessment, which resulted in draft legislation scheduled for completion by September of 2021, with the expectation that it would go to Cabinet in October of 2021 for approval and onward submission to the Chief Parliamentary Council for their input. In 2023, I gather from the contributions that were made today and on the first, I am not entirely sure what exactly happened between October 2021 to now. So I do not know why these amendments scheduled for review since 2021 was not presented to us in Parliament. Were there further issues encountered in these draft amendments that were proposed? Did it force us to go back to the drawing board and reconsider issues? Now, I understand that the modernization of the Act is important. Comprehensive review is important. Ongoing review is ongoing. But consideration needs to be given to the need to ensure that the implementation of the Act does not inadvertently create an over-bureaucratic system, and I agree with that. The avoidance of such is dependent on many things, on a proper classification system, something that does not exist right now. I understand that there's a consultancy currently ongoing with the Inter-American Development Bank to have a draft policy to develop a national policy for archives, records, and information management. So I do not think that we are at a point where we are even starting to classify. We are still drafting the policy to advise on how it is we go about improving these classification systems. At this point, Mr. President, advisory services were contracted under the single electronic window loan operation with the IDB to amend the Data Protection Act. Approximately $336,000 was spent on that contract, though that consultancy is completed. $433,000 was spent on the modernization of a legal framework for the Electronic Transactions Act, for electronic transactions. I am sure this forms part and is one part of the whole process to get the Data Protection Act up to a standard where we can bring this act to the Parliament again. Then we have $487,000 that was spent to develop, on a consultancy to develop a national policy for archives, records, and information. A total of $1.3 million was already spent just from under one loan operation, and just for purposes of the Hansard, I would have gotten this information from the audited financial statements of the single electronic window as of September 2022. So a good bit of work has been done, and I am still, from what I'm hearing, a lot of work is yet to be done. And at this point, I think that we should be very much informed or be in a position to give a feasible timeline to which we can reach to the Parliament to propose the law for amendments and to fully proclaim. The Minister of Digital Transformation also mentioned that he is in the process of accepting an offer of assistance from the European Union in the area of data management, including ensuring that our local data protection schemes meet the standards of the GDPR. Now, a lot has been said about the GDPR during the course of this debate. And I agree, we need to upgrade the existing act to a point where we are aligned with the GDPR. But, Mr. President, in drawing reference to the gold standard by the EU, which is what is commonly referred to as the GDPR, do you know that the GDPR was deliberated since 1995, before it came into force in May of 2018? And even after such extensive deliberations, there were many complaints from companies in the EU about the law's complexities and the bureaucratic burden it will impose when it came into effect in 2018. But that didn't stop the European Union. In May 2018, of companies that needed to comply with the EU GDPR, nearly 60% were not ready, according to some estimates. Many of them did not have the resources to organize themselves, and some were just simply clueless. The GDPR is thought to be some 4 or 5 times more complicated than existing law. So many organizations in the EU are even up to today, in 2023, in the process of figuring out what it means to be compliant. Nevertheless, whilst this is happening, it hasn't stopped the European Union from continuously upgrading its governance framework in how they manage their data. As of lately, they have recently passed something called the Data Governance Act. But why have they been able to persevere despite the challenges? The EU has an overarching policy on what they intend to achieve from the exponential advancement of global technology. At every point, the EU knew that what it wanted to achieve when it regulated data. Now, they are looking at data as a market and are regulating it as a market. Prior to that, the steep learning curve in preparing for GDPR was to convince businesses and prepare the public sector and prove that data was an asset that needed to be accounted for, and getting businesses to think about the identifiability criteria and of identifying personal data. So, Mr. President, I would say that at this point, a lot has been said. The government has presented its case as to the amount of work that is required, and the amount of work that is pending or ongoing, and we should be in a position to more than advise this Honorable House the length of time that it will take to fully proclaim this act. And as such, I would like to fully support the amended version of this motion, which calls for, which places a deadline on the full proclamation of this act as at December 31st of 2023, unless the government presents otherwise a timeline or a duration of time that could explain how many years it would take. The furthest I would go at this point is to accept 18 months until full proclamation. I thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is amazing. I come here day after day, session after session, and I hear my colleagues on the other side talk about fantasies and fallacies and things that have been investigated by the police. And the police said it did not exist, it does not exist, they found no evidence, but they still come here, Cambridge Analytica, Cambridge Analytica, Cambridge Analytica. Let me let my honorable colleagues know that even their leader, the Honorable Prime Minister, when the police investigated and said there is absolutely nothing in that fantasy, that book that he keeps on a shelf behind him while doing his press conferences from home, he said that Trinidad and Tobago must not be a real place. He was the first politician to coin that phrase. I don't know why he calls the rest of us idiots now, but that's the Prime Minister of the Republic. So please, when we're here to debate, let's debate with fact. Let's debate with information and evidence. On a number of occasions, the PNM has said that we are in the upper house and we must present an argument in such a way, but continuously the fallacies that are portrayed by the PNM is becoming obnoxious. Especially a PNM that is led by a Prime Minister. We are here to debate a motion brought by the Honorable Senator Wade Mark about the proclamation of a critical piece of legislation. 12 years in the making. Data protection. One would believe that a Prime Minister who could be so bamboozled by an undetectable technological digital fraudster that he announces to the entire population that we are to be the beneficiaries of a largesse of money, that this Prime Minister, being so embarrassed by that fraudster, would be the first one to ensure the full proclamation, implementation of data protection to protect himself from fraudsters, to protect the government and the people. But yet we are left here, the people, the businesses, the citizens, the opposition are left here begging the PNM government to proclaim the Data Protection Act 2011. The incompetence and the ineptitude of the PNM is constantly on display. They cannot find a file, whether it is a hard file nor a digital file. We come here and I just listened to the Honorable Minister, who is the former minister in the Ministry of Finance. And she boasts on many occasions about her expertise in the digital arena, technology, and so on. Yet, I wonder if she is aware that citizens have complained, citizens who wanted to pay their taxes early, before time, in January and February of this year, 2023. After they had gone on the Ministry of Finance website, filled out all their forms that they had become accustomed so to do, presented themselves to the Ministry of Finance to pay their taxes. And they were told, no, 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 we have a new app. The ministry is gone digital. So they asked, but we are here. We have our $80 to pay for the filing fee and so on. What do? Go home, download the app, and you will go and fill out all those forms, put information on it about each director. Each director must fill out and get an ID form. They said, well, okay, when we do that, how are we going to pay? Well, the payment portal not working yet. So what you have to do is go and use the app and then come back here and pay. That is P&M for you. And this in a government who every single day since the budget was read in the lower house and here in the upper house, when I remarked at what a dangerous thing this P&M was doing, the Minister of Finance, if you all recall, I said, why are you pegging the budget so close to where the actual prices of oil and gas were? That is not the norm. The convention had been for ministers of finance to always leave a buffer, to leave a gap. But the Minister of Finance and the P&M said, no problem, they have it under control. But right now, people who want to pay their taxes, the app is not working, and each day the government is losing revenue that does not exist because they budgeted at $92.50 per barrel of oil, and it's averaging now $86. They budgeted at $6 US per MMBTU,
Mr. President,
and it's running at $2.46.
1 second, Senator Roberts, Leader of Government Business, point of order.
Standing Order 46-1 with respect to relevance.
Okay, Senator Roberts, so as much as you're beginning your contribution and it's in the introductory phase, I would ask you to quickly tie it to the motion that's before us.
Guided, Mr. President, I would not expect my learned colleague to understand what I'm saying about the app and the digital and the data protection, which all goes into why we are here, but I'll move on. The lack of prioritization of this critical act by the P&M. The Honorable Minister of Digital Transformation said, and I quote in his contribution to this debate, so we will and must proclaim other layers of it. But you cannot just do this. One of the bad words that was used in that motion was immediate. I do not think you could quarrel about the value of having the Data Protection Act, and most of it proclaimed. But that immediacy is part of a problem, considering how to manage data is one of the highest priorities that we have, because it is absolutely critical. But I asked the Honorable Minister if it's absolutely critical. Since 2016, you in government since September 2015, what is immediate about 7 years? I'm finding it very strange and difficult to understand the immediacy in such long terms. The Honorable Minister continued, data is considered the new oil. In Trinidad, we could say it is the new gas. It is the key component of how everything in the world works. The availability, analysis, management, and consumption of data is a major driver for not only for social things, but for economic growth, said the Honorable Minister. I nearly wanted to get up and applaud, but then I have to sit here and see that 7 years on, we are still talking about it's a work in progress. We are working, the work is difficult, and nothing is being achieved by this P&M government. Unfortunately for my learned colleague, he used an unfortunate analogy because the P&M has decimated the very energy sector that he boasted about in its entirety. Now it seems with data protection as well. The act we are debating here was first passed through Parliament in 2011. The minister's position that the word immediate is unreasonable because technology and its implications for data are rapidly evolving on a continuum. So what are we doing? wait until it stops evolving or the pace of evolution slows down and then play catch up. But I could tell you that the opposition is we're so empathetic for the government in its state of incompetence that Honorable Senator Wade Mark and Senator Lyda have even agreed to amend this motion to ease up the pressure on the PNM government. We're feeling so sorry for y'all that that's what we would do. So don't argue with us for trying to feel. We're trying to help you. The people need help, and you all need help. So that's why we amended it to give you a little date, a little ease. We're sorry for trying to put too much pressure on you all. We know you're not capable. The Minister of Digital Transformation went on. Mr. President, he said, the practical consequence of all these considerations is that the full proclamation of the Data Protection Act is much more than an administrative process. And just by including the word immediate, you get the impression that it is all it is. 10 years have passed, said the minister, since we have had this. Again, I state, we must validate that. It is the fit for purpose, that it will meet today's fast-paced, rapidly changing and evolving digital world, but every day in a PNM slow pace. The pace of the slot, the world move forward 10 paces. So we might be here 20 years. Luckily, there'll be an election in less time, and we won't have to deal with the slow pace of the PNM anymore. The first thing we have to make sure, said the Honorable Minister, is that it addresses various technological and social changes that have occurred since it was partially proclaimed in 2011-2012. I would like to suggest that the proclamation of the Act really is a subsequent thing to the modernization of the Act. I also want to put both of them as a one-time exercise. This is the excuse being used by the PNM for coming here and begging the citizens to bear with them, that they're trying their best and they will try to do better. Now work on the modernization of data protection. And he goes on lower down. He said, the Honorable Minister said, with support of the Inter-American Development Bank, a number of these proposed amendments are being evaluated. And of course, they will find their way back here into this Parliament. Well, of course, that was a very strong term. We're still waiting, sir, for example, for the pepper spray to keep our women, our ladies safe. Where the pepper spray? They said, of course it will come. Of course they will have it. Of course it will be available. But where is it? It's not here. Factor. We came here in the Senate and lower house and we said that they would pass the laws and the UNC, the opposition supported. Yet our bank accounts in Europe and the embassies are closed. So I don't share the confidence of the Honorable Minister that of course the amendments would reach. The office has been proclaimed, he said. Notice, I did not say it with flair and gusto. He said the office of the commissioner, it has been proclaimed. Fair enough. Where the commissioner? What's his number to call him? Who to check him? How was he appointed? What's his credentials? He does not exist. So proclamation, passing legislation, and appointments with the PNM, each is a tedious thing to go through at this pace, incompetence with leaving our people unprotected. The Minister of Digital, I'm sorry to continue with him, but he's in charge. He's a good fellow, you know. But Minister of Digital Transformation said, we are working to ensure that measures in this same Data Protection Act meet and are consistent with European Union's General Data Protection Regulation. The European Union's GDPR is considered the gold standard for data protection and privacy worldwide. So in that regard, the Ministry of Digital Transformation has received and is in the process of accepting an offer of assistance from the European Union in the area of data management, including and ensuring, as long as it takes me to read the Honorable Minister's words, it's 10 times longer for this PNM to actually achieve work. Why is the PNM so averse to work, to success, to implementation, to improvement of the lives of the citizens? Senator Dylan Remy, she had my frustration. She asked the Honorable Minister, and the Honorable Minister gave way. And Honorable Senator Dylan Remy asked, Minister, given that the environment will continue to change, and even at a more rapid rate now as we go ahead, and you are now talking about 11 years since the act was proclaimed, what kind of time frame are you looking at in moving forward for the amendments to come to the House? Asked Senator Remy. And the Honorable Minister answered. I don't even want to read out because I don't have that much time. Let me say he did not answer. He used a lot of words, which is the PNM ways, and he did not answer. He gave no answer, no timeline, no confirmation, nothing other than a lot of beautiful words said in a soft voice. So the minister in true PNM form, plenty words, no answer, no action. He said, and the Honorable Minister said that the process has to happen for this too. What I can assure you is that we are trying to do it in the shortest possible time. Well, I'll just tell you as an Olympic swimming coach, losers try, winners achieve, winners succeed. So all of this trying, the PNM is showing their quality and their caliber. The shortest possible time. I heard the Honorable Attorney General, who I'll get to shortly, the crux of his presentation today was about the shortest possible time. We'll do it as soon as possible. But we'll wait for that. The other thing about it, Senator, is that we do not have to do all. This is the Honorable Minister talking, answering Senator Remy. We do not have to do all at once. As we've seen the case now, we have done some, and we can do others. So it's not that we have to wait on all, but we have to make sure that we continue. Now, this led me to scratch my bald head, because we come here to make laws, and we would love to make laws in a general sense. It doesn't matter who's in government. The laws should be impartial. They should be even. They should be every citizen, no matter of race, ethnicity, class, income bracket. The law should be applied equally. But when I looked at some of these laws, these clauses that were proclaimed, it was very interesting. And one of the points made by the UNC and by Senator Mark is that one must not cherry-pick clauses to proclaim. If you have a law and it's designed to protect, proclaim the law and protect the people. But it's very interesting, because I was privileged to get a document from the Ministry of Finance, a memorandum from the Valuation Division, and it's from a Miss Suzette Leachy, Permanent Secretary, from Emrys Garraway Howell, Commissioner of Valuations, and it's dated the 10th of August 2021. Keep that date in your mind. And the subject is the effect of Section 6C of the Data Protection Act on Valuation Division's ability to share data with the BIR and the Ministry of Local Government. Now, some of the PNM will already know what I'm talking about, but for those at home, let me give you a little context. Remember, the PNM government wants to oppress you further with property tax. No matter how hard things are, no matter how much unemployment, no matter how much food price inflation, no matter how your fuel subsidy is gone, they are insisting that now is the PNM time for property tax. But they had to get to a certain benchmark. They had to get a certain number because the UNC had taken them to court previously. And they had to get a certain amount of population to fill out forms and get data and move the process forward to pass that, to put property tax on each and every one of you. But on the 10th of August 2021, a public servant wrote, and I quote from this document, Valuation Division is mandated under the Valuation of Land Act, Chapter 5803, Section 25, that upon the creation of the valuation role to share same with the Board of Inland Revenue and the Ministry of Local Government and such persons as may be prescribed, the information to be shared will consist of the name and address of the property owners. Such information, according to the Data Protection Act, Section 2D, is considered personal data, and Section 6 of the Act prohibits the division from sharing such data. It is noteworthy that the effect of this section of the Data Protection Act is that it overrules Section 25 of the Valuation of Land Act and thereby makes it difficult for the implementation of the Section 25. As you are aware, the valuation role facilitates the collection of revenue via property tax by the Board of Inland Revenue. Therefore, I am concerned that should the Data Protection Act remain in its current form, in brackets, not fully proclaimed, then Valuation Division would find difficulty in successfully achieving its mandate. So the Valuation Division mandate from the PNM is get many people, get the rolls, fill it out. We have to tax them. We have to take their money, get it done. But this lady who's in charge says, well, the Data Protection Act not being fully proclaimed is inhibiting us from doing what the PNM has instructed us to do. So what does this public servant say? The following is therefore recommended. 1, that the Data Protection Act be fully proclaimed. This would mean that Section 42, which provides, and I quote, meaning the lady is writing the memorandum, except as provided under any other written law, personal information under the control of public body may only be disclosed, A, for the purposes for which the information was collected or compiled by the public body, or for a use consistent with that purpose. That is their first recommendation. Proclaim the whole act. Please, proclaim the whole thing so we can do our work. Y'all want us to get there and tax people and hit them property tax, tax them and take more money from them. We need that. Or, secondly, the Data Protection Act be repealed. Those were the two suggestions from the independent public servants. Now, if you all were, I told you all what date to remember? 10th August 2021. I now take you to the 23rd day of August 2021. Legal notice number 220, Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. In this legal notice, 13 days after this memorandum, the government of Trinidad and Tobago, the cabinet of Trinidad and Tobago, decided to provide a solution to ensure that property tax will be put on the citizens. What was this solution? The recommendation said proclaim the whole act or repeal the act. The PNM takes that and decides to proclaim, to cherry pick and proclaim Section 42A and B by itself. Let me read the proclamation. A proclamation number 18 of 2021, dated 23rd day of August 2021, by Her Excellency Christine Kangaloo, Acting President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. Christine Kangaloo, Acting President, a proclamation. Whereas it is provided by Section 1(2) of the Data Protection Act, Chapter 2204, hereinafter referred to as the Act, that the Act shall come into operation on such a day as fixed by the President by proclamation. And whereas it is expedient that Section 42A and B of the Act come into operation, now therefore I, Christine Kangaloo, acting president as aforesaid, do hereby fix the 23rd day of August 2021 as the day on which section 42A and B shall come into operation. So please, PNM, save me all the discussion today about a changing world global landscape and proclaiming the law is so difficult and we need to research and consult, and we're working in progress. When the PNM wanted something done, which is to ensure that people will have to pay property tax, they got it done. They cherry-picked and they proclaimed a section to allow the people to suffer under their heinous, wicked, oppressive tax. And there is no escaping it. So all the nice talk, all the beautiful words about coming and as soon as possible and we shall do this. You did what you wanted to do for yourselves, for what your agenda was, and you came to cherry pick in legislation which is not the way laws should be made. As we talk about the ways laws should be made, the Honorable Attorney General entered the debate today, and it would be remiss of me if I left the beleaguered Attorney General unscathed. I will assure the Honorable Attorney General from the onset that my legal colleague on this side, a lawyer, brilliant young female lawyer, has certainly not lost her honor in any form or fashion, as was suggested by the Attorney General. I can also assure you that my learned senatorial colleague on this side never lied on an affidavit and signed it, local or foreign. I can also assure you that my learned colleague on this side never misplaced a file, whether hard copy or digital. So she sits with honor.
Senator, so as you are beginning to get into your contribution, the voice level is going quite high. So just do me a favor and push the mic away from you so that it does not bombard us. Thank you.
I humbly apologize. I agree with you there, Mr. President, because when someone uses their office to take advantage of a brilliant woman, a brilliant attorney, I get sort of angry. So my voice raised and I humbly apologize. I apologize to you, Mr. President. You are fair, and I agree with your assessment because I really went up loud. But please forgive me, that's the way my mother raised me. So, exactly. One may have learned before. However, one becomes, no matter how learned one may have been before, Honorable Attorney General, once one becomes infected with Balisade juice, all previous learning is sadly, swiftly lost. The Honorable Attorney General said, governance is difficult, consultation, bureaucracy. We on this side understand that because we are in politics, political science, and governance. It seems that the PNM has come to do learn on the job, on-the-job training. We on this side know about the bureaucracy. We know how slow things work, and that's why the UNC always works, and old talk never wins. Performance beats old talk. If you cannot do the job, move, let we pass. But don't come here and cry that the job is so difficult. It's so hard. We don't know what to do. Oh my goodness, it's a bureaucracy and you have to wake up early and you have to make many calls and you have to push people to get the job done. That's what the job entails, to serve the people. If you cannot do the job, come out. The Honorable Attorney General said it's a work in progress. Well, let me alert him that the UNC works and completes work. The PNM in 8 years, every single thing has collapsed. Everything is a work in progress for the PNM. The PNM uses terms such as hopefully, maybe, possibly. What is an absolute certainty is that the next time you in the PNM dare to face the polls, you will be resoundingly voted out of office in a tsunami of national discontent. The Honorable Attorney General General said he amended this motion to say as soon as possible. And being an Olympic coach who works with time down to the 100th of a second, I was wondering what time is as soon as possible. If I took George Bovell into the Olympic final in 2004 and he said, Coach, what time should I go out my butterfly in and then my split for the backstroke? And I said, boy, you just go as soon as possible. You take it as soon as possible. I wonder if he would have understood what time it is. But as soon as possible, Honorable Attorney General, your PNM government said the Petrotrin refinery shall be reopened as soon as possible. It opened yet 5 years and counting. The PNM government of which you are a part now said the recommendations made by the Judith Jones report on abuse of our nation's children at homes across TNT will be implemented as soon as possible. We waiting 14 months, yet our children remain unprotected and at the mercy of monsters. The PNM government said as soon as possible. The Dragon Gas deal with Dan since 2018. We in 2023, no Dragon, no gas, no dance, no cash. The Honorable Attorney General stated that the population, that a judge in Florida was patently wrong and the error would be corrected as soon as possible. Well, me I see it corrected. I saw it endorsed. I support my colleague's motion as amended and urge the PNM in the little time they have left in office to please try to complete some work, do something. I'm begging y'all, because it's very hard to see a government that is just so totally incompetent. The citizens are unprotected, unsafe, scared, and rudderless. Pained, disappointed, and losing hope daily due to your PNM government's complete and absolute incompetence. Either work or move let we pass. Protect the data, protect the children, protect the citizens, protect our country. Call elections now, since all you are arrogant. Call it now so we will protect the country under the UNC and the rising sun. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Mark, Minister of Tourism. Minister of Trade and Industry.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Let's get back to some sobriety. Let me say, first of all, Mr. President, let me thank you for allowing me to join the debate on this motion, which is about a subject matter which is absolutely important. However, beyond that, let me say that the motion which has been presented, this little thin 4-pronged motion, must be dismissed in its current form. It is poorly drafted and unconvincing. It is bereft of any critical thinking. More than a decade later, the UNC has come forward with a very outdated and archaic and narrow positioning put forward by Senator Mark. As usual, not forward-thinking. And therefore, we are not surprised, Mr. President, but the motion has to be rejected in its current form. I want to say that a major concern in the discussion would have been about the safeguarding of the personal data and information of members of the public. And let me say very clearly up front that for us in this PNM government, that the personal data and information of the public remains sacrosanct and must be guarded, and that we will do even as we seek to modernize the legislation before us. But therefore, Mr. President, I must say that I was quite amazed that Senator Mark and his UNC colleagues would have the audacity to come to this Parliament and express concern for safeguarding the information of citizens. And regardless of how many books were sold and whether we all have them on our shelves, the fact remains, anyhow you take it, that the UNC was part of a huge breach in which information was used. You were part of this entire Cambridge Analytica scandal, where information was used for political purpose, using the personal information of Facebook users in this country. And you cannot get away from the fact, and I'm speaking about limb 3 in the thin motion, you cannot get away from the fact that, and it was pinpointed by the former Director of Research, Mr. Christopher Wiley, that Trinidad and Tobago, as events unraveled.
Minister of Trade, Senator Mark, so as you are well aware, we don't shout across the floor to talk to a member contributing. Please allow the Minister to contribute.
Thank you. As events unraveled, Mr. Wiley did in fact pinpoint that Trinidad and Tobago was the site of a data and communication mining test project conducted in 2013 under the Kamla Persad-Bissessar-led UNC government. That's a fact. And we were even mentioned, our country was even mentioned in the 2019 Netflix documentary, The Great Hack, courtesy the UNC, which is the same party that has shamelessly brought this motion to the Parliament, talking about safeguarding the personal data of persons. You had no concern about protecting the privacy of citizens' information when you were using that very same data for your general election campaign. And that, my friends, that was their gift to the nation. And they have never apologized to the public about it. Never have, but I guess when you come to some level of sobriety, I don't know when that ever would be, that you may consider doing it, but you have never apologized to this nation. But let me get to the, before I go to the crux of my presentation, when whatever little time that I have and what I can speak of today, I'll just go back to the points raised by the Honorable AG when he said that we must pay attention to the fact that Section 4 and 6 of the Data Protection Act were in fact proclaimed, and of course these, in particular, Section 6, which speaks to general privacy principles, does in fact give the protection in terms of the privacy of information of individuals, in terms of data being collected. And he made, I think he made reference to L in the particular, in Section 6, speaking to the fact that the individual has the ability to challenge the organization's compliance with the above principles and receive timely and appropriate engagement from the organization. But beyond that, it speaks directly to the level of protection, and in the case of A, that an organization must be responsible for the personal information under its control, and that the purpose for which personal information is collected shall be identified by the organization before or at the time of collection. So we're talking about the use of personal data. And very importantly, that knowledge and consent of the individual are required for the collection, use, or closure or disclosure of personal information. And that personal information shall be retained for as long as is necessary for the purpose collected and shall not be disclosed for purposes other than the purpose of collection without the prior consent of the individual. That personal information in G is to be protected by such appropriate safeguards having regard to the sensitivity of the information. That sensitive personal information is protected from processing except where otherwise provided for by written law. 12 principles, Mr. President, very important principles in terms of the safeguarding of the personal information and data of the citizenry. And I just wanted to repeat that to give comfort to the population. But what we're talking about this afternoon is about the importance of data. And let us accept that sound, accurate, and up-to-date data are key factors in decision-making. And I'll make two references. I must do that. And that the COVID-19 pandemic has reinforced the value of a robust, appropriate framework for the gathering, processing, and sharing of data in Trinidad and Tobago. And two, that it has, especially as I speak as Minister of Trade and Industry, it has been stated that we live in a time that has ushered in the fourth industrial revolution, where data is the new gold. And as my colleague, the Honourable Minister of Finance, would have shared in his keynote address at the UN Trinidad and Tobago Big Data Forum in December 2021, big data is now the currency of the technological economy and is incorporated into every sector, from manufacturing, banking, and agriculture to disaster risk reduction, urban management, biodiversity monitoring, and so on. And I wanted to make the point of the importance of data in today's world. So let's face it, an individual's personal data is collected and stored from your birth to your, and it continues throughout your life, your marriage, your death, and so on. Data is collected by governments, businesses, non-governmental organizations, academic institutions, and therefore, Mr. President, proper collection and processing of data is important. And its importance is insofar as it can allow you to generally allow for better decision making by individuals as well as the public sector, the private sector, in terms of planning and implementing and evaluating national programs, in modernizing government services, in improving the economy, and enabling the users to more easily identify areas that are in need of attention. And it is precisely because of the value of data that any government would need to ensure that the data protection framework is appropriate and it is relevant to the times. And that's the importance of the modernization of the legislation which is before us. Now, let us agree that there are deficiencies in the current legislation, and that my colleague, Senator Backus, Minister of Digital Transformation, brilliantly laid out the importance of data protection as a pillar in supporting the advancement of Trinidad and Tobago's digital strategy. He also rightly pointed out that over 10 years have passed since the Data Protection Act was enacted and partially proclaimed, and that during this time, technologies have changed significantly. And therein lies the importance for review and to ensuring that our approach in modernizing the legislation is well handled. And my colleague, Senator Segram Singh Suklal, the Minister in the Office of the Attorney General, outlined the range of activities to be undertaken by the government during the period, the activities which were undertaken during the period 2016 to the present, to review the data protection regulatory regime in Trinidad and Tobago. So what I'm saying is that review has been ongoing from 2016. And mention was made about the work undertaken by the Office of the Prime Minister in 2020 through the Inter-American Development Bank to review the Data Protection Act. And this is where the Ministry of Trade and Industry steps in. So that, Mr. President, in October 2020, the Ministry of Trade and Industry, under its strengthening of the single electronic window for trade and business facilitation and IDB-funded loan program, executed this consultancy for the provision of advisory services to amend the data protection legislation in Trinidad and Tobago. And this was undertaken, and I want to just correct Senator Dana Wright, was undertaken at the proactive request not by the Ministry of Trade and Industry alone, but by the request of the Office of the Prime Minister, the Communications Division, where the portfolio for data protection is assigned, so that the consultant, Ms. Tira Green, worked very closely with international experts as King's Counsel John McKendrick, and they undertook a series of activities, including the completion of a gap analysis of our local legislation as compared to the standards in the UK, in the US, in the EU, and other jurisdictions. They also prepared a legislative brief, inclusive of recommendations for amendments to the Data Protection Act, and they coordinated private and public sector consultations on proposed legislative amendments. And they ensured that a final presentation of proposed amendments was made to the Ministry of Public Administration and OPM, and this is in late September 2021, in the form of a detailed legislative brief. So that a great deal of consultation had been done, I think when I return to speak, when the debate continues, I would speak to the key stakeholders we engaged to inform the completion of the project. And this is as per the consultancy with Ms. Tira Green. But some of these would have included several ministries and agencies within CARICOM, within Trinidad and Tobago. And it is arising out of these activities that it was discerned that there are several gaps in the domestic legislative framework for which amendments are required. And I'll give you some examples. For instance, developments in data protection at the international level. And since the passage of the Act, there have been developments in data protection at the international level. These have increased the possibility for the mass collection of personal data, and as such, there is a need to protect that data against cyber attacks and misuse that must be covered. Also, the new technological developments, digital transformation initiatives, the use of new technological developments such as fintech and distributed ledger technologies, including blockchain, artificial intelligence. All of these have become more commonplace, especially in trade and commerce and within governments and so on. And therefore, the Data Protection Act needs to be revised to ensure that there are no legislative barriers or hindrances to innovation or proper adoption of such technologies. Also, the consideration of the rise of big or open data, which Senator Backus would have explained. Also, the rise of artificial intelligence and standards in data, the emergence of the UN Commission on International Trade Law on electronic transferable records, the European Union of the General Data Regulation, and the EU Data Report and Data Sharing for Public Good, Mr. President. And it's useful to recall that our Data Protection Act is based on the old UK Data Protection Act, which was replaced in 2018. And another critical development is the adoption in 2016 by the EU GDPR, which has essentially become the worldwide standard for data protection. It has been used by as the model for data protection legislation in several jurisdictions, including Chile, Mauritius, South Africa, Japan, the UK, and so on. And even within our region, several data protection laws, like for instance in Barbados and Jamaica, were heavily influenced by this EU GDPR, and certainly the Bahamas, the Bermuda, Belize, and the British Virgin Islands have also followed that model. And the point I want to make, and the consultant, and when I come back, I'm going to detail actually some of the areas, about 16 areas that it was found that our legislation was aligned. For instance, there were about 16 areas where recommendations were reviewed, and in terms of the alignment with the GDPR. And it was found that our legislation aligned with the GDPR in only 3 instances: the material scope and definitions, the fundamental principles relating to processing, and of course the conduct of the code of conduct and certification. So I'm going to speak more to that when I come back, but let us agree that there were several gaps. So I want the opportunity to speak to that when I come back. But what this has told us, that there is definitely the need for comprehensive work to be done. And I like the fact that Senator Dame Ryan alluded to that in terms of the enormity of the task that is before us. We know where we are going. There's some work that has been done from 2016 to now, but the point is the timelines put forward by the opposition, it's just not reasonable enough. It cannot happen. We are prepared to put forward a timeline that is reasonable. Senator Dame Ryan spoke to, I think, about 18 months. We are thinking that we could perhaps come back in 12 to 15 months, which is a more reasonable time. I would, when I come back, as I said, lay out some more detail, but I'm saying to you that we do not want to leave it on the table that it's okay, going to be anytime in the future. We want to come back to say 12, a more reasonable period, like 12 to 15 months will allow us the time to do the further consultation, to do the further review that is required. We want to commit ourselves to this very important piece of legislation and, of course, look extensively at the alignment of the Act with the data privacy and protection framework of the GDPR. We want to consider amendments for introduction of exceptions to consent requirement for disclosure in cases of investigative journalism and forms of artistic expression, substantial consultation with relevant stakeholders, including the representative bodies of the media houses and media practitioners where necessary. All of those things have to be done. Additionally, review of the Act is being pursued for alignment with important principles of digital transformation, notably open government and open data as well. Again, and importantly, to ensure appropriate alignment of the objectives of the Act with the appropriate administrative and regulatory framework for data privacy, the Information Commissioner would be required to be recruited and appointed along with the necessary staffing and supporting structures for the Office of the Information Commissioner. So that we definitely, and I will speak further to it, would want to propose an outer limit for proclamation. As I said, at best, given the parliamentary vacation periods, given the budgetary period as well, we must take those into account. Looks to me more realistically to be another 12 to 15 months, and it's a commitment that we will be prepared to make in order to ensure that we do this well. So, Senator Dylan Remy, whilst we appreciate your comments and the need to press forward, we are saying yes, press forward with the work that has to be done, but it must be done properly, and I hope that you appreciate that. And but there is still a significant volume of work to be done. As I said, Senator Dame Ryan said 18 months, but we are thinking we could get it done before that time. So. And when I come back as well, I would have the opportunity again when I come back, I'll have the opportunity to speak to and to put into context several of the digital transformation projects that are currently being undertaken by the government in terms of the National Identity Management Solution, the Interoperability Services Solution, the Trade and Business Information Portal. Yes?
Mr. President, I beg to move that this House do now adjourn, the Senate do now adjourn to a date to be fixed.
Honourable Senators, before I put the question on the adjournment, leave has been granted for two matters to be raised on the motion for the adjournment of the Senate. Senator Mark.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the motion before us is calling on the government to advise this country on the effect of the decline in natural gas prices on the 2023 budget and on Trinidad and Tobago's economy. Mr. President, a major economic hurricane is brewing that can have catastrophic consequences for our national economy and society. The situation is such that we need the government to come clean on what is taking place with the revenue side of the budget. We are all aware that since the arrival of Columbus in 1498, we have never had any government or minister of finance setting the prices of energy products, oil, as well as natural gas, at the levels at which they were set for the 2023 budget. The budget was set in terms of natural gas at $6 US per MMBTU. And in the case of crude oil, it was set at $92.50 US per barrel. The last time I checked on the system, the WTI was trading at $76.81. Brent crude was being sold at $83.89 US, and natural gas was being traded at $2.77 per MMBTU. It is clear that Trinidad and Tobago is in crisis, and that is why COVID-19 has struck for the fourth consecutive time in less than 1 year. That is why, Mr. President, what we are faced with in Trinidad and Tobago as a result of this development, that is the collapse of oil and gas prices in our society, is a situation where the budgeted numbers are going to be in trouble. Our budget is $57.8 billion, according to the Minister of Finance. But with the price of gas being traded at $2.77, for the last 2 months, it has been hovering between $2.50 to $3 US per MMBTU. We need the Minister of Finance and the government to come clean and tell Trinidad and Tobago what is the state of the revenue side of our budget for 2022-2023. We are predicting that the budget deficit, which stood at 1.5 or estimated at 1.5 billion or 0.8% of this country's GDP, is going to be widened. We do not know by how much. And therefore, we need the government to tell Trinidad and Tobago, given what is taking place on the global marketplace, where as we speak, we know that the daily production of natural gas is just about 2.8 billion cubic feet. We need about 4.1 billion to run this economy optimally. We know as we speak today, the volume of our crude is between 55 to 60,000 barrels a day. Mr. President, the government needs to tell us, with what is taking place on the international energy market, how is this development impacting on the revenue side of the budget?
Will it mean, Mr. President, that the government will have to come here in the next few weeks to revise the budget? Is the government going to revise the budget? Are we going to experience cuts in expenditure as a result of this massive decline in natural gas prices? And let me make it very clear. Trinidad and Tobago is a gas-driven economy. And when we look at the budgetary figures, $25 billion is expected to come from oil and oil-related products. And if what we are seeing taking place on the global market in terms of energy prices, the minister must tell us, the government must tell us, how much revenues have we lost in the second quarter as we enter the third quarter of the fiscal year? How much revenues we have lost? Is it 1 billion? Is it 2 billion? Is it 10 billion at the end of the fiscal year projected? What is the present situation? We need to know, and we need to know, Mr. President, whether the government is going to revise and review the budget. Because at $92.50, the minister has set this price so high for crude oil that will give him an excuse to dip into and to raid our HSF. That is the whole issue here too. So our savings might be in trouble. And he can do this without informing the Parliament through a debate. We get a piece of paper telling us he has dipped into the HSF, and then we can come and debate it after the fact. So, Mr. President, our citizens are concerned about what is taking place. And all the distraction and deflections that this government is engaged in is not going to change the price of cocoa or coffee. Because when that economic hurricane hits here, category 5 status, it will damage a lot of property and it will injure a lot of citizens in a negative way. So we are calling on the Minister of Finance and the government to come clean. They must take responsibility for setting the price of gas at $6
Senator,
US per MMBTU.
You have 2 more minutes.
And they must take responsibility for setting the price of crude oil at $92.50. I am not even blaming the Minister of Finance. The Prime Minister of the country, who heads the cabinet, must take responsibility for what has happened. And they are keeping things quiet. But we intend to let them know it is no longer quiet. We need to get to the facts. And by the way, as I close, I want the Minister of Finance to tell us whether the government of Trinidad and Tobago is involved in money laundering. I want the minister to indicate why our embassy...
Point of order, Minister of Tourism, Senator Mark.
46.6.
So 46.6 is upheld, Senator Mark. Just be mindful of the language that you're using and the imputation of improper motives.
Our Brussels embassy has, their banking accounts have been closed, and the Prime Minister came to this Parliament recently and said one of the reasons for it is to mitigate money laundering. And he said that is in the context of the laws of the European Union. How is our embassy involved in money laundering? Who is laundering money? These are very serious matters because it will affect our image as a society and as a country. And therefore, Mr. President, we have raised this issue affecting the nation of Trinidad and Tobago, the collapse of oil, of gas prices in particular. Don't come and mamagari about oil. We want to know about gas, which is now $2.77 per MMBTU. Tell us how that is affecting our revenues, how it will affect our expenditure, and how our citizens will be affected, and what measures are you taking as a government in the short term to cushion the effects of this economic blow that we are experiencing. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I didn't see any reference to the embassy in Brussels in the matter. I think that was just a little lanyard that the honorable senator threw in there. I found him a little hysterical today, Mr. President. Perhaps it's this back and forth with his own members about trafficking that has confused them. But, Mr. President...
No. Senator Mark, you would notice that the Minister of Finance remained quite silent whilst you moved your motion on the adjournment. Please allow the Minister of Finance to make his rebuttal.
Now, clearly, the UNC prays every morning that the country will collapse. I saw how gleeful the honorable senator was when he made his completely fallacious, erroneous, flawed, inaccurate, irrational presentation. What I will give Senator Mark the benefit of the doubt. I will not say he's being politically mischievous. I will say he's just being politically ignorant. And, Mr. President, what the members opposite on the lower bench probably don't know because they don't want to know, or if they know, they don't want the country to know, that because of the work done by the Honorable Prime Minister, supported by the Minister of Energy, in all of the various travels that the Prime Minister and the Minister of Energy made to various capitals of the world, meeting with the oil majors, meeting with the companies that do business in Trinidad and Tobago, in terms of gas in particular, because this matter is about gas. Because of the work done by the Honorable Prime Minister, supported by the Minister of Energy, the price that is used to calculate revenue or to derive revenue for the country, for the government and the people of Trinidad and Tobago is not the Henry Hub price that you referred to. That was the UNC way. What the Keith Rowley government did, Honorable Keith Rowley government did, is immediately negotiate new formulas for the derivation of revenue for the country and the people of Trinidad and Tobago. So that the LNG netback price, for example, is influenced to a significant extent by the price of gas in the UK using a benchmark called NBP. Clearly, the Honourable Senator is blissfully unaware of that benchmark. And also, it's influenced to some extent by a benchmark in the Far East, the JKM, which is the Japan-Korea benchmark. And as we speak here today, although Henry Hub is $2.70, the NBP price for natural gas in the UK is $16. And the JKM price for gas in the Far East is $16. So what the Honourable Prime Minister was able to do, notwithstanding the old talk from the UNC, was to negotiate a new formula for revenue for this country based on these three benchmarks, not simply Henry Hub, but also the UK price and the Far East price. And that has given us significant additional revenue from LNG. And that's not all. With respect to the price that is used for petrochemicals, the Honourable Prime Minister and the Minister of Energy have been able to negotiate a regime where the price of ammonia and the price of methanol influenced to a significant extent the price that is used for natural gas to derive revenue for the people and country of Trinidad and Tobago. So if you don't know, and you just go on the internet and you see that Henry Hub is $2.77, you would simply be completely oblivious to the fact that we get revenue in a completely different way. And I want to say, at this point in time, based on the information that I have with respect to the country-weighted gas price that we have received for the first 4 months of the fiscal year, we are holding our own, Mr. President. It is nowhere even remotely close to the specter of collapse that the senator has told this country. That's nonsense. When I look at the actual country-weighted gas price for the first 4 months of the year, we are holding our own. We are well within our budget prices, Mr. President, well within. So all of that is just nonsense. But the whole point is, there are ways and means and established procedures for informing the public on the fiscal outturn. And one way is not to deal with it by a matter on a motion for the adjournment. And this is not a motion. I heard the member say that, and that's probably part of his confusion. This is a matter on the motion for the adjournment, for which we have a maximum of 10 minutes. And I can assure you that I will not disrespect the Senate and try to give a mid-year review in 10 minutes. We have established systems. And I can say now, the plan is that there will be the usual mid-year review at the end of April of 2023, at which time all of the figures and facts will be outlined for the Honorable Senate and the other place, and the country will learn in the established way how we are doing in terms of our fiscal outturn. But I can say that because of the work done by the Prime Minister and the Minister of Energy, notwithstanding all the noise on the other side, the misinformation, the bad propaganda, all the old talk, all the foolishness, Mr. President, that we are holding our own and we are doing well. And I end by saying I looked at the overdraft percentage this morning, and instead of the usual 95% and 90% that I used to see in 2018 and 2019, the overdraft this morning was 43%. I beg to move.
Senator Mark, and members to my right. Senator Leiter.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I thank you for acknowledging me and allowing me to raise and rise this matter of interest in the people of Trinidad and Tobago, which is the state of vagrancy and street dwellings in the city of Port of Spain and its impact on business, national security, health, and tourism. And on this matter, Mr. President, I have consulted with various stakeholders, some of whom I've had the privilege to support with their endeavors pertaining to feeding the socially displaced. And I've met with various stakeholders in the city, in Port of Spain's business community. And, Mr. President, they have complained about the inaction from this PNM government with regards to street dwellers and its impact on the economic activity in Port of Spain. Mr. President, the size of this problem is truly immense. A stakeholder at last count provided anywhere between 250 to 400 meals continuously every night for 7 long years without missing one night. And the question is, Mr. President, what happens when this private entity stops feeding the street dwellers? Who will support these persons? Will these desperate persons now resort to drastic measures, such as busting the windows of bakeries and supermarkets in the city? Will this impact on crime in the capital city? You see, Mr. President, the key issue is the safety of the environment and the general feel in the city. Persons don't want to be in an environment where they have to be stepping over people sleeping in the streets of our capital city just to buy curtains and shoes. This affects national security, Mr. President, because there are many persons who are desperate persons on the fringe of society struggling to survive. Some of them mentally challenged, who may pose risks of bodily harm to other citizens. Many persons are ailing from all manners of sickness, Mr. President, living on those streets. And stakeholders from my consultation have indicated that there are many instances of persons who have been dying in the streets. These persons don't have the luxury of a cell phone to call an ambulance or taxi fare to get to the general hospital. Mr. President, many of these persons meet their end as John Doe, to be buried anonymously. Many of the stakeholders I spoke to have estimated there are as much as 500 or more street dwellers through the length and breadth of Port of Spain. Approximately 350 running anywhere between the west and the southeast of Port of Spain. And from the south part of Belmont, it is estimated in the constituency of the Member of Parliament for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, roughly just over 100 street dwellers. And this doesn't include another couple hundred of persons that are living in derelict government plannings, depleted homes in the city, many of them without running water or electricity. They're sleeping on mattresses and coming out in the streets just to find food, Mr. President. Outside our own National Library, a stone's throw from here, where our children and students go to study, Mr. President. On any night, you can see 30 persons or more standing there, waiting and depending on good Samaritans to bring them food. And I know many ministers on that side in the government come out of their vehicles when they come to Parliament and refuse to look to the right. Maybe they're afraid to see protesters. But if they look beyond the thousands of protesters, they will see street dwellers in the park, sleeping on benches. One only has to go on the porch right now, on the eastern wing, and we can see that, Mr. President. And what's the government solution? Lock the parks at night. Lock the parks at night so that the street dwellers won't sleep in there. And regarding the NIPDEC car park, which housed a number of homeless people, this was shut down by this government. And I know that the Honourable Minister of Social Development and Family Services will come to say that they have decanted them and placed them in an alternative accommodation. But let's not be blind, Mr. President. We can leave Parliament now and drive in front of that car park, and we see them sleeping right outside it where they've been kicked out. They are living in their numbers in dozens on the street just around that building that they have been evicted from by this PNM government. And when the PNM removed the 80-odd dwellers, and we know it is more, I went there and bought food for them too. When we saw them kicked out last August, the Minister of Social Development in a Guardian newspaper on August 2022, when the Honourable Minister was asked about the relocation of the socially displaced, the reply was, and I quote, "We are relocating them based on their situations to different homes." The truth is, many are simply scattered near and around the same facility that housed them for 3 decades. We saw recently in Carnival Times social media showing the amount of persons living in the streets of our capital city. And it took an uncaring PNM government to evict them from that car park. Every citizen is entitled to a share of our nation's wealth. And the majority of persons are simply persons who have fallen on hard times, suffering joblessness as a result of the mass unemployment created by this PNM government. So we shouldn't paint a broad brush picture and categorize them all as drug addicts or mad people when they need help from us more than just shelter. These are citizens that deserve a warm meal when they are hungry, clothes to preserve their dignity, and shelter befitting every citizen of this nation. As we know, these are the basic needs covered in the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, Mr. President. This government has abandoned these citizens. And as such, that is why the MP for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, the MP for Port of Spain South, and the Prime Minister amongst all other cabinet colleagues should hold their head in shame when they drive through the capital city. And let me remind the Member of Parliament for Port of Spain South that many of them don't have even a breadfruit, far less a coal pot to roast it on. Just ask Richard, who's living down the road by the Guardian Media Building for 5 years after his business had burnt down and he lost his job. He's still there. The situation in Port of Spain warrants the need for other solutions. Solutions must have a human face and ought not to report our citizens as statistics. Solutions must include an assessment of each individual to understand what is needed to provide support. Whether it is mental rehabilitation, medical treatment, access to employment, many simply just need to be reunited with their families. Families who have lost touch with them don't know where they are. Merely relocating them, as hinted by the minister in that article last year, reminds me of that saying, out of sight, out of mind, and it raises the question to me, as I've heard many citizens ask, is the government trying to hide
Senator, you have 2 more
this
minutes.
homeless problem? And Mr. President, when we consider defecation on the streets, the only public toilets in South Port of Spain are on the promenade and Citygate. Many homeless persons have no choice but to defecate and urinate on the streets. These persons are desperate. They have to rubbish through garbage bags. And when you think that the garbage bags are being torn up by dogs, it is our own citizens who are desperate for food, searching for this. So as I conclude, Mr. President, this government is in its 8th year of office. This is the constituency of the father of the PNM, Dr. Eric Williams, since 1962. This is not just a national problem, but it is a PNM problem. And 10 minutes is not enough to deal with this, so I'm going to bring it under a private member's motion. So I ask now the Minister of Trade and the Minister of Health, through you, what say you when you sit with the Minister of Social Development and Family Services when it pertains to the impact of business and health in the Port of Spain? I ask through you to the Minister of National Security, what say you when you're sleeping away in cabinet next to the Minister of Social Development as it pertains to crime in the city? And I ask my good friend, the Minister of Tourism and Culture, my good friend, what say you when you sit in the cabinet, when you all arrive in the Parliament, when you all go to your government offices in the city? What say you when those brilliant cruise ships pull up in our port and the tourists have to walk through the streets of Port of Spain to see the filth of garbage in the streets, human feces in the road, and forgotten and abandoned citizens sleeping in the streets on cardboards in our capital city? In our capital city. Mr. Vice President, as I close, the opposition and the rest of the country listening do not want to hear a response today coming from this government that is laced with excuses, replete with blame Kamala for 7.5 years. The people are only interested in solutions. We must fix our capital city, Mr. President. We must help the desperate, and anything short of that is a betrayal to this country. I thank
Minister of Social Development and Family Services.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the issue of homelessness has presented several challenges to successive governments. This government remains committed to achieving its goal that no one is left behind by addressing the problem of vagrancy in the city of Port of Spain and throughout Trinidad and Tobago. And we are aware and we agree that street dwelling impacts a wide cross-section of our population, from private citizens walking through the streets, to visitors, to business persons, and to government agencies. No one is exempt. The Ministry of Social Development and Family Services has responsibility for assisting homeless persons who wish to leave the streets voluntarily, while the Ministries of Health and National Security are authorized to cause their involuntary movement through various legal channels. The management of street dwelling has always been and remains to the present time a collaborative effort among key stakeholders, and including the Ministry of the Attorney General and Legal Affairs, as well as representatives from the municipal corporation, business community, civil society, Ministry of Health. The government, through the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, our social displacement unit, implements an integrated program of support for street dwellers that includes but is not limited to the following. And I have to give this information because of the fact that I think persons have it wrong. The Ministry of Social Development and Family Services does not have the capability to move persons off the street. We do not have the legal teeth to do that, okay? We are responsible for moving persons voluntarily. The role of moving them involuntarily will come through the police service and through the legal forms. What we do,
We conduct regular street counts. So the Social Displacement Unit conducts street counts twice per year in collaboration with the regional corporations. We have routine engagements of persons living on the streets. So field officers are out on the streets at least 4 times per week in Port of Spain. And they conduct visits in Chaguanas and San Fernando quarterly. And during these encounters, the officers provide street dwellers with information on the various options available to them to make referrals for their further support and treatment. So if the street dwellers are willing to move after doing an assessment, because they must be assessed in keeping with international standards, you cannot just take persons and move them. You have to assess them first, because some may be, as you mentioned, some of them may be mental health persons, and if it's so, then they are referred to mental health. Some of them have drug-related problems, therefore they would be asked if they want to go into rehab. It is involuntary. We cannot move them, okay? We have moved some of them, and I will explain in a little while. Persons who, in the officer's opinion, appear to have mental health issues are reported to the district mental health and wellness clinic for assessment. And some persons who appear to be, they have to be interviewed by the mental health officers, and they are subsequently transitioned to a designated shelter or transitional facilities. But it must be underscored that, of course, street dwelling, they must be willing to be moved, and they must accept the various options that is placed before them. Continuum of care for the socially displaced. This has been established, whereby they must first be engaged by the assessment, treatment, rehabilitation, transitional housing, employment, and then to independence living. And this is what we are working on. So it's not just about just moving them, but of course putting them into a place where they can be self-sufficient. Not everyone on the street has a mental problem. And once you don't have a mental problem, when they are assessed, then we move them into a continuum of care. We have found some persons on the street who are ill, and they have been taken to the hospital. The need for a purpose-built facility to deliver the appropriate continuum of care services to the socially displaced, including street dwellers, has long been known and established. Identifying an appropriate location that was acceptable to street dwellers and the surrounding communities proved to be very challenging. What has happened is that every time the ministry finds somewhere, somebody would tell you there is not a place for them. They don't want them near to them. So the ministry has been looking, and I want to say that at long last, we recently received Cabinet's approval for the construction of a social displacement and assessment center in Port of Spain. And this will be a permanent 5-story facility fully dedicated to assessing and housing the socially displaced. It will be the first of its kind in the history of Trinidad and Tobago. And construction is expected to commence in fiscal 2023, and we are eagerly looking forward to its completion because this is long overdue. The ministry knows that it cannot accomplish any sustainable improvement in the lives of the homeless on its own, so therefore it requires a collaborative approach. And since 2020, we have been having high-level meetings with key stakeholders who also form part of the same enterprise, and all of us are keen to address the critical issues of treating with homeless persons. Some of the stakeholders that we met with include the Mayor of Port of Spain, the Ministers of Health and Rural Development and Local Government, the Commissioner of Police, permanent secretaries from the various ministries, Chief Medical Officer, Municipal Police, and of course we also met with chairman of regional corporations, because we understand that there are problems in the different municipalities, and we have had meetings with them because we know that we cannot do it alone. So we have to meet with everyone and come up with some solutions, and we have been having these meetings. We also have been meeting with civil society organizations that take care of the homeless. So stemming from this consultative process, the relevant issues and concerns raised at these and subsequent follow-up sessions have considered in finalizing a draft policy for street dwellers. And this is for inclusion in the proposed amendments to the Socially Displaced Amendment Act.
The ministry is avidly pursuing amendments to this Socially Displaced Persons Act, number 59 of 2000, which aims to provide for the assessment, the care, and rehabilitation of socially displaced persons and related matter. And we have come to realize that the existing system for dealing with street dwellers, as currently outlined in the Act, has several weaknesses, and consequently, there's a need for a more consistent and streamlined system for the removal, the assessment, rehabilitation, and reintegration of street dwellers. And some of the reasons for people who are socially displaced are unemployment, illness, substance abuse, abandonment, rejection from family disputes. And additionally, some of its contributory factors are social problems in the home, difficult childhood, substance abuse, financial problems, mental illness, and drug addiction. And given this wide range of contributory factors, it is obvious that the solution to street dwelling require wide-ranging assessment and coalitions.
Minister, you have 2 more minutes.
Far beyond to get them off the street, social development. So, Mr. President, I want to go into the Center for Socially Displaced Persons quickly, because I heard Senator Leiter speak as if we just left the persons in the street. The ministry conducted a comprehensive assessment of persons in that center. That center was not fit for humans. That was supposed to be a temporary shelter for homeless persons. So this is since 1991. It far outlived its time. The ministry decided to remove the persons, and they were all engaged. Every one of them were engaged. Some were sent to community care programs. Some were sent to mental health, long-term care. Some accepted training opportunities through Vision on Mission. Others were admitted to drug rehab centers. Some persons were reunited with their families. Other clients accepted the ministry's rental assistance grant so that they can start again, because some persons who were living there were actually working. 2 persons were hospitalized, and of course, the ministry will place them when they are discharged. So it is not right to say that we just closed it and left them. Those who did not accept it because we could not force them, there are people who did not accept and said they did not want to move from there. They wanted to stay on the street. We could not get them off the street. We continue to engage them. Our officers continue to engage them, but our officers are not trained to deal with mental health persons. Our officers are not police officers. And this is so, therefore, they continue to engage them and try to get them to move voluntary. And that is what it is. So some residents, of course, Mr. President, we continue to engage them. And of course, with our legislation and the assessment center, we will be moving persons off the street as soon as possible. Thank you.
So, Senators, before I put the question in adjournment, just as a reminder, I've taken note of the fact that we've gotten into a habit of shouting across the floor to members, regardless of side, when they're making their contribution. I just remind you that procedurally, you can ask a member to give way if it is you wish to engage them while they're making a contribution. It's just more efficient and it's easier to do so. Honorable Senators, the question is that this Senate do now adjourn to a date to be fixed. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The Senate now stands adjourned to a date to be fixed.
Yeah.